So kicking off match number 3, this very first spot, starting with our Red Alliance. They're here from outer space. Give it up for team 118.
The Robonauts.
And joining them, making this Red Alliance look a whole lot more purple, make some noise for team 418.
Purple Haze.
And taking off this last spot with the brightest colors in the competition, make some noise for team 8370.
Oh, with the flow.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field so we can start this matchup. Right up with team 9986.
Valor.
And making the loud noise over here, give it up for team 324.
Chips.
And they're here to be incomparable. Give it up for team 9994.
Paradox.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
All right, as we start our third match of the Girls Drive Tournament, 118 is going to be running their 4-piece Auton. Looks like they missed that second piece. They're going to try to go for a third one. Lasso tries to go for an L4, but misses. 118 tries to go for that fourth piece and misses again. Purple Haze scores that fourth L4, and that's going to be it for the Autonomous Spirit. On the other side, we got 4 L4s from the Blue Alliance. We got Valor's B team. It looks like they're going to try and score that available L4 that they have. Chips is going to maybe try and do some troughing just like they did at Champs. We got 2 minutes left. 118 gets an out. You're going to try and put it up into the net with their dunk macro. They're up and they get that net into the algae. Purple Haze loading a Coral into the human player station. Looks like now 118 is now going to go for a second piece of algae and put that up into the net. Chips, on the other hand, is going to start hitting that trough. Valor tries to go for a Coral but misses. Well, we have Paradox's B team. They're trying to load it into their robot, but it looks like they're having a bit of issues. As we have a minute 30 left, 118 goes for a third piece of algae. They get it up. It looks like 118 hits Purple Haze a bit as they go up. But it looks like Purple Haze is unfazed. 118 now going to take another piece of Coral. Let's see what they can do with that. Purple Haze now auto-aligning, now trying to dunk that L4 in. They just got to realign themselves a bit. Looks like 118 is having some issues with their intake. Maybe a belt came off there. Now Purple Haze looks like has a Coral stuck in a robot now. They have to get that piece of Coral out if they want to do any more scoring with Coral. 118 Looks like Floor picked up an Algae is now going to do some. He's not going to try to do some net, but it looks like they just barely missed. It looks like 118 now is going to try and get another piece of Algae into their Algae intake. They got it up into their end effector. They're going to score again. And so they got it into the net. We got 20 seconds left, which means we are in the climb period of this match. We're going to maybe see some climbs here from red and blue. Let's see what happens. 118 has their climb up. Let's see, they just got to get climbed. Valor is up. Let's see, we have 2 seconds left, and that's going to be it for this match.
And we're ready for you guys to meet the teams on our fourth match here today. Kicking off the first spot on our Red Alliance. Make some noise for Team 5427.
Steel Talons.
And joining them right on the field, we want to make sure to wish Shelby a happy 18th birthday from Team 6377.
Howdy Bots.
And making this Red Alliance look a whole lot more pink, give it up for Team 2881.
Lady Cans.
And we hop on over to this blue side of the field so we can start off by introducing Team 10014.
Rebellion.
And joining them and making this alliance look a whole lot more purple, give it up for Team 3847. No, 8515.
Photon.
And this next team joining them also make this alliance look a whole lot more purple. Who let the owls out? It is 7691.
TSA All-Star.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this match up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
And now we're on to match 4 of the Girls Drive Tournament. 2881 scores 1 onto L4. Looks like Howdy Bots is going into the barge zone, hitting Steel Talons on the way. On the other side, we have Photon trying to score L4, but it looks like it didn't work out. Now we're into the driver control period of this match. TSA All-Stars looks like they're ready to score L4. Photon trying to do the same. Looks like something might be wrong with their robot. While we have 10,014 Rebellion, looks like they are trying to floor pick up some algae or coral. They get it, but it looks like they try to score L4, but they miss. 5427 hits that blue cage, so that is going to be a major technical foul for that Red Alliance. So that's going to be 6 points for that Blue Alliance. It looks like 5427 almost climbed onto the blue cage. Now we have Photon trying to pick up from the human player station. TSA All-Star moving away for them. Now we have Rebellion. Looks like they're trying to find their home set point. Now we have 2881 Lady Cans. They are lined up to that L4, and they get it down. They got free L4 coral up now. Howdy Bots with their floor coral intake. They're going to try and go up to L4 and score again. We have 5427. Looks like they're lined up. It looks like they almost got it, but it just barely misses. We have now on the other side of the field, TSA All-Stars 7691. They tried to pick up a piece of coral, but it looks like it just barely missed. We got, looks like 40 seconds left. 63-77 Howdy Bots. Looks like also has hit a blue deep cage, which is another major foul for that blue alliance, or for that Red Alliance. 10,014 tries to do a 3-point shot into the net, but it looks like it just barely misses. 5427 moving slowly across the field. 2881 now on L4. They're trying to score. Let's see if they can get it on. They're slowly lined up, and they do get it, so that's 4 L4s for that Red Alliance. We have 10,014 in blue We got the sonar ding, so we have 5 seconds left. Let's see if we can get any last second climbs. Voton's trying to go up, but that's going to be it for this match.
And we're ready to kick off qualification match. The next match for our Girls Drive event, taking up this very first spot. They're ready to spring into action. Give it up for Team 6357.
Spring Constant.
And joining us straight from the heart of the sea, give it up for Team 4639.
Robo Spartans.
And they're going to bring the crash out for a different round. Give it up for Team 1477.
Texas Torque.
And with this next team, we're seeing double Fireflies this year. Give it up for Team 118.
The Robonauts.
And they brought their two different horses with them, Purple and Haze. Give it up for Team 418.
Purple Haze.
And they're bringing Sila up for a different round of play here on the field. Give it up for Team 8370.
Glow with the flow.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
As we start the autonomous period, 118 is going to try and go for their 4-piece core auton again. Looks like Robo Spartans, though, in their autonomous program, looks like it's stuck on the margin. They are slightly tilted. Let's see if they can get themselves back down on the field. 118 just hit 4 game pieces in their autonomous program. That's going to be a big amount of points for them. Robo Spartans still stuck on that barge. We have on the other side, Spring Constant. They're going to try and score an L4. They are up into their L4 set point. Now just got to dunk it on, and they get it. Texas Torque is about to follow and do the same. Looks like Texas Torque just misses as 118 scores an algae into the net. 118 now going for another piece of algae, putting in the net. Spring Constant also going up into the net. Looks like Spring Constant is able to shoot it in. 118 looks like it's going to go for another piece of algae. Let's see if they can get it. Now we have Purple Haze. Looks like they tried to score on a post that's already had a core on it. Now we have 8370. Glow with the flow. They're going to score an L3, but Purple Haze just barely bumps them, so that messes up their scoring routine. 118 scores another algae into the net. While on the other side, we have Texas Torque. Let's see, they have another core in their end effector. They're going to try and score an L2, while Spring Constant scores into the net. As now we have Robo Spartans. They are going to try and get a core into their end effector so that they can score. Spring Constant's going to try and score another piece into the L4, but it looks like they just barely miss. 118 now scribing another piece of algae. Now going to come around and put it into the net again. Looks like 118 gets it up. Wow, we have Purple Haze. They are going to score at L4. We almost have L4 done on the Blue Alliance side. They just need 2 more until L4 is done. Looks like Lasa's having some trouble with their scoring. 118 is now going to use their floor algae. Looks like now they're ready to go up and into the net. 118 filling up that net for that Blue Alliance. 118 now going for that last piece of algae. Looks like they're having some trouble with their algae intake on the reef. Looks like they're just using their end effector to clamp on. So now they're going to score up into the net. We got 20 seconds left. 118 is going to score into the net. It looks like maybe try and climb. Let's see if they're able to get it off. Turning around, getting their climber deployed. 118 is going to try and line up, while 63-57 is going to do the same. Spring Constant now lash onto the cage. Let's see if they can get up. 118 going again. Looks like they got latched, but they just didn't have enough time to go climb. Spring Constant almost barely up as well.
Kicking off match number 6, let's start off by once again welcoming back the teams from Alliance number 6 here on this side of the field. Make some noise for team 8044.
Denim Venom.
And joining them on the mission to take this Girls Drive tournament home, give it up for team 5908.
Spartan Robotics.
And making this alliance look a whole lot more orange, give it up for team 5892.
Energy Heroes.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field where we're meeting up with Alliance number 7. Welcome back once again to team 5427.
Steel Talons.
Once again, happy 18th birthday. Let's make some noise for team 6377.
Howdy Bots.
Making the blue lines look a bright pink. Give it up for team 2881.
Lady Cans.
Drivers behind the line. Let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
We're getting started in autonomous period right now. We have 1, 2 coral scored on the blue side, 1 coral on the red side. Almost, okay, 3 coral on the blue alliance, 1 on the level 1 trough, and 2 on level 4. And we now also, almost 3 coral on the autonomous on red side of the field. Where 8044 shoots out their coral, lands on the level 1 trough. 6377 fixing to score their coral onto the level 2 reef. They've made it. We have Lady Cans picking up her coral from the ground. 8044 scoring another coral onto level 4. Lady Cans going to score 1 more on the level 4. We'll see. We have 5427 making some movement. We have Energy Heroes almost make it to the 4th coral. 4th level coral did not make it. 2881 figuring out how to get over to the reef. We have 6377 trying to score. 5908 over here trying to pick up a algae off the ground. Energy Heroes scoring maybe another level 4. They did it. Lady Cans scooting around to the backside of the reef, scoring onto the level 4 potentially. 8044 picking a coral off the ground. 5908 scoring an algae into the processor. I believe that's their second one. $28.81 picking up another coral off the ground, also potentially. Almost all the level 4 reefs on the Red Alliance is filled. Looks like there's only 1 spot remaining on that top level. 5892 picking up a coral from the coral station, making their way back to the level 3 reef. Almost scoring that level 3 reef. 8044 picking up an algae from the Red Alliance reef and scoring onto the barge. 2881, I believe, just scored a level 4 coral. 5908 picking up that algae off that reef. We're nearing the end game here with 15 seconds left. Teams will potentially start preparing to climb onto their barge cages. Looks like all 6 teams are using this time to score onto the reef. We have 2 robots on the red barge, 2 robots parking. And that's the match.
We got our next match here for our Girls Drive tournament. Let's once again welcome back our teams on the field, kicking off this very first spot on the Red Lions. Make some noise for Team 2582.
Panther Bots.
And joining them alongside making this mission, they're bringing up the different. They're taking the ions from the earth and bringing them over to the water. Give it up for Team 5503.
Tigertrons.
Taking off this very last spot. Give it up for Team 68.
That's Valor.
Jumping right back over to the blue side of the field, taking off this very first spot. Make some noise for Team 9986.
That's Valor also.
And on this mission, take them on. Give it up once again for Team 324.
Chips.
And this last spot, they're here to be unpredictable. Give it up for Team 9994.
RoboJags.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
We are entering autonomous again. We have 2 coral on the blue side, 1 coral on the red, now 2 on the red side. 324 picking up the algae almost. Valor scoring their second coral. We have 4 on the red alliance, 2 on the blue alliance. We are now entering teleops period. Humans are picking up their controllers and controlling their robots now. 9986 Valor scored another coral. Valor on the red team also scored a coral. We have Valor versus Valor. 2582 Panther Bots about to score another coral. 5503 starting to line up with their coral potentially. Chips scoring onto the level 1 trough with their corals. All 6 teams just focusing on offense on this period with no defense being played, it looks like for now. 9994 about to score their coral. 2582 scoring almost another coral. They're lining up again. 9986 lining up and scoring that level 4. Both teams with, I believe, 5 coral on their level 4. Pretty close scores right now, 47 to 49. Things could change at any moment for both alliances. 2582 going back and forth quickly with those corals, scoring level 4. Chips picking up that algae off that reef, making space perhaps for more coral to fit in. 68 Valor figuring out what they want to do next, grabbing that algae off the reef. Are they going to score in the process here? Nope, they're just going to drop it on the ground. Chips 324 scoring again on the level 1. Making those points. Every point counts, especially in this close match. 60 to 69 with 40 seconds remaining. Anything can still happen for either alliance. 2582 picking up another coral. Blue Alliance and Red Alliance reefs on the level 4 are almost filled. Both, I believe, Blue Alliance needs 3 more coral. Red Alliance only needs 2 more. 6800 Valor starting to line up for the end game. 9986 Valor also lining up for the end game. 324 and 2582 all scoring. 9986 Valor is the first team to climb, followed by Valor 6800 climbing on the Red Alliance. 324 climbing, 2582 is climbing. We have 2 teams that looks like they're fully climbed. We have Red Alliance parked, Blue Alliance parked. 3 seconds remaining. And that's the match.
And let's get ready to meet the teams on our next qualification match. Taking up this very first spot. Give it up for team 6-2 what?
That's
Six-
Kryptonite.
That is 64. Joining him on the field right here. They're here to shock your socks off. Give it up for team 4587.
Jersey Voltage.
And taking up this last spot, make some noise for team 5414.
Paradox.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field and let's give a warm welcome back to team 10,014.
Rebellion.
Joining them to take on this match, they got the 3 dinos. Give it up for team 8515.
Photon.
And taking up this last spot, they just have one question. Who let the owls out? 7691.
TSA All Stars.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Heading quickly into autonomous period, we have 1, 2 on the Red Alliance, almost 1 on the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance is still going, 624 scoring an invisible coral. Rebellion just tossing that coral onto the trough. 624 scored another coral, this time visible. 4587 now moving, 8515 also moving. 8515 quickly moving to the coral station. 624 about to score an algae into the barge, perhaps? Yes. 7691 scoring over into the coral. Looks like it's about to be level 4. 4587 hanging out at the coral. It looks like Paradox just scored another level 4 coral onto the reef. 8515 knocking out that algae off the reef. 624 thinking about what they want to do next, hanging out. We have 5414 lining up for their next coral, trying to score a coral onto a reef that's already full. We have 8515 picking up more coral. 5414 score the coral. 624 also. Both teams scoring more coral. We have 2 coral on the Blue Alliance and looks like 7 on the red so far on level 4s. 7691 just scored level 4. 624 continuing to score more. Algae all over the blue side of the field. Red side, just a couple coral on the ground and a few algae. 7691 looks like they're trying to pick up a coral off the ground. 5414 knocking off that algae. 8515 coming over to hang out with Red Alliance, or it looks like they're preparing early for the end game. We still got 50 seconds remaining. They're taking all the time they need for that. 624 continuing, almost scoring that level 4. Just dropped it on the ground. Blue Alliance tossing coral all over the ground. They don't care about making a mess. 8515 climbing onto that cage. Looks like they're just waiting for the end game before they fully climb. 624 picking up that algae. 4587 quickly zooming around. Looks like they're also preparing for the end game, perhaps. 624 almost scoring that algae. We are now in the end game with 15 seconds remaining. 5414 scoring their last coral. Are they going to almost complete all the reef? We have 4587 lining up, 5414 and 624. And that's the match.
And we're ready to kick off the next qualification match, the next match here for our Girls Drive tournament. Taking up this very first spot, make some noise for Team 5829.
Audiobots.
And joining them on this mission to take the match over, give it up for Team 3005.
Robo Chargers.
And with the coolest Hawaiian shirts, bright and pink, give it up for Team 4336.
Ramageddon Robotics.
Hopping over to the blue side of the field, let's give it a warm welcome once again to Team 118.
The Robonauts.
And joining them on this mission, make this alliance look a whole lot more purple. Make some noise for Team 418.
Purple Haze.
And taking off this last spot in the brighter colors in black, give it up for Team 8370.
Glow with the flow.
Drivers behind the line, let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Getting started into Autonomous 118 immediately scores a coral, as well as Purple Haze. We have 3 on the Blue Alliance so far. We have 5 on the Blue Alliance so far. Red Alliance potentially scoring. We're starting off into teleop with a score of 51-6. Red has a lot to catch up if they want to have a chance to win. 118 scoring their first algae into the barge. 58-29 heading over to the reef to score their coral. 43-36 just picking up a coral from the coral station and going and dropping it off to the level 4 almost. Purple Haze continuing to score onto the level 4 climb. 118 just continually to drop off algae. They had mentioned that they built a new algae intake for the off-season. Looks like it's paying off so far. Red Alliance with 3 coral on level 4. Blue Alliance with 6, I believe, so far at this match. Now scoring onto the level 3, 118. 83-70 also picking up coral, as well as 418. 43-36 just scored another coral. 58-29 picking up an algae from the reef. Glow with the flow scoring their coral onto the 3rd reef almost. 43-36 continue to go back and forth from the coral station into the reef. We have 1 minute remaining as both teams continue to keep scoring. 58-29 dropping off an algae into the processor. Level 4 reef on the blue side almost filled. 58-29 picking up another algae from the reef and going to the processor to drop it off. 118 just now scoring onto the level 2 of the reef. 43-36 scoring onto the Red Alliance. 83-70 waiting for Purple Haze to pick up their coral so that they can also pick one up. 58-29 looks like they're starting to line up for the end game. We are now entering the end game. Teams are potentially going to climb onto those cages into the middle of the field. Red 18 is starting to line up. 58-29 grabbing onto the cage and lifting off Promos. 83-70 also lining up with 118. 118 is climbing, the first team to climb so far in this match. We'll see if there's any more, and that's the end.
Attention teams, attention teams. We want to remind all of you here today that we have a blood drive going on. If you are over the age of 17, make sure to go by right out here on the main stage and check out if you are eligible to donate blood. If you are over 17, make sure to check out if you're eligible to donate blood right out the main hall so you can help out a couple people over there. Thank you guys so much. And we're ready to kick off our next match right here for our girls' drive. Let's give it up this very first spot. They're here to spring into action. Make some noise for Team 2718.
Team OKCE Possums, the summation of 1 over n factorial times 10 cubed.
And bringing out this the pink right on this red side of the field. Give it up for Team 9991.
Lady Cans.
And they're ready to come back for a second round over here, looking cute in purple and white. Make some noise for Team 3847.
That's Spectrum.
And hopping over to the blue side of the field, taking up this very first spot. Make some noise for Team 5427.
Steel Talons.
And joining them here to take on this match, make some noise once again for Team 6377.
Howdy Bots.
And matching up the pink on the other side of the field, we're going to see the sister teams compete and make some noise for Team 2881.
Lady Cans.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting up in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
We are now entering autonomous once again. Spectrum quickly scoring their first, 2881 scoring their coral. 2 coral on the Red Alliance so far on the Red Alliance, and blue with 1 coral, 5427 hanging out at the coral. Howdy Bots picking up a coral, getting ready for Teleop to score. We're entering Teleop with 10 to 20 as the score. 6377 turning around, getting ready to score to level 4. Spectrum getting ready with their coral. 2881 looks like they're trying to pick up a coral at the coral station. 5427 doing some dance moves in the middle of the field. We have 2718 scoring their other coral into the level 4. 9991 Lady Cans picking up their coral and dropping it off to level 1. Quick, oh, fell down. 6377 hanging out at the coral station. 2881 getting ready to score with their coral into level 4, it looks like. 3847 Spectrum with their bot Gam Gam picking up their coral, getting ready to line up. 2718 again scoring on level 4. Spectrum also at the same time, perhaps. 2881 picking up a coral and also scoring level 4. 6377 hanging out at the barge area, getting ready for endgame potentially. 9991 picking up another coral from the coral station. Also Team OKC at the same time. And they score with that one. Looks like almost all of Red Alliance's level 4 reef is filled with 1 spot now remaining. 2718 knocks off an algae from the reef. 5427 continuing to pick up a coral from the coral station. 2881 lining up to pick one up from the ground. Gam Gam from Spectrum now lining up to score another coral. Oh, spins around. 2718 scores a coral onto the level 1, it looks like. Also 9991. 2881 picking up a coral from the ground next to the reef. 2718 lining up for the endgame cage. We still have 20 seconds remaining as we now officially enter the endgame. 2881 and 5427 scoring their last second reefs. Spectrum is lining up for the endgame. 2718 has successfully climbed, it looks like. 2881 still picking up coral from the ground. 9991 looks like they're parked in the barge zone. Spectrum climbed. 5427 has parked. 6377 has parked.
Hello, teams. We'd like to remind all of you that we have a blood drive going on. Our blood drive is going to be live until noon. They're going to be here today and tomorrow. So if you are over the age of 17, go check it out the main hall so you can donate some blood and we can get it up going. We're here until noon today and we're here until noon tomorrow as well. So make sure to go check out if you're eligible and donate some blood so we can help out some people.
Please, please, please go donate blood.
All right, we're here ready to start the next match with team number one on the red side is 6,800.
Valor.
And team number 2 is 5503. The Tigertrons, yeah. And then we've got 2582.
Pantherbots.
And over here on the blue side, we are going to start with 6357.
Spring Constant.
Then we got 4639.
Robo Spartans.
And finally, but last but not least, 1477.
Texas Torque.
Sorry. Gotta get in there. Drivers behind the lines, we're starting in 3, 2, 1, dive.
And now we're into match 11 of our Girls Drive Tournament. 6,800 scores one on to L4. They're going to continue to go with their source intake. Pantherbots doing the same. They score one on L4. They're going to try and go for number 2. While on the other side, we have Texas Torque. Looks like they hit Robo Spartans and the Autonomous Spirit, but that's going to be it. Now we're going to go into driver control. Texas Torque still has a cool near preload. They might try and go for L4. Same with Robo Spartans. While we have Spring Constant, they go up and shoot in the net, but it looks like they overshoot and it flies to the other side out of the field. Pantherbots have an L4. They have to line up a bit, but they get it on. Same with 6,800. Now they're grabbing an Algae. Gonna try and move over to the net. While 5503 Tigertrons, they have a Coral in their robot. They're gonna try and score as well. Texas Torque still has a Coral in their robot. They're gonna maybe try and score. Looks like Robo Spartan's gonna try and do some L4s as well. Spring Constant, with their very consistent loading and scoring, they're going to continue to go and score Coral up on that L4 level. While on the other side, we have Red Alliance. They almost have L4 done. Looks like 4 more spots left, now free. Pantherbots scores one onto L4. Looks like 5503 Tigertrons, they're still lining up to score L4. Valor on the other side, they have their own side of the reef, and they are just pounding that reef. They're getting so many Coral up onto L2, L4, and L3. Valor keeps on loading to their robot and scoring. Very consistent robot here. They were your state champions here in Reefscape. 2582 Pantherbots. They're loading. Coral into the robot. Looks like the Coral is not feeding correctly. It's just not getting trapped inside that end effector. Valor, though, still scoring, being very consistent. We have 40 seconds left. Looks like Torque just went and parked. Wow, on the other side, we have 6357 Spring Constant. They have a Coral in their end effector. They scored an L3. Not going to go for another L3. Looks like they're going to try and fill up just one side of that reef. While we have 2582 Pan for bots. They get an L3 off. They're going to maybe try and get an Algae out. But now we have reached the end game portion of our match. 6800 is going to go up and climb. 6800 with a very consistent performance there. They're up. Panverbots are going to try and go up. We have 5 seconds left. Let's see if Panverbots can go up. Spring Constant is up. And that's going to be the end of the match.
All right, guys, we wanted to remind you that there are food trucks out the blue side of the auditorium. They're out in the parking lot, and they have samples. So there's Vietnamese and ice cream. Go check it out. All right, we're all set here to get going with our Red Alliance, beginning with 54-14.
Paradox.
And in the number 2 slot, 45-87.
Jersey Voltage.
All right, no green spikes today, but 624 is here on blue.
Kryptonite.
Or red. All right, over here on blue, we've got 80-44.
Denim Venom.
And then 5908.
Spartan Robotics.
And last but definitely not least, 5892.
Energy Heroes.
All right, we have a thumbs up, and drivers behind the line will start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
As we start this match, we got 64, scores 1 on L4. They're in a floor ground intake of Coral. They're gonna go for another L4 Paradox, loading from the human player station, trying to go in. Looks like that Coral does go in, but it looks like it just barely misses that reef. And that's gonna be it for Autonomous Grid. Now we're into driver control. 5908, Spartan Robotics, they're gonna intake an algae and try and score it into that processor. While we have 624, looks like they try to get it out, try to score an algae into the net, but it looks like they hit the net while doing so. That's gonna be a foul for them. 624 now intaking the Coral. Now gonna look for a place to score. While 5414 looks like it's lining up and barely misses on that reef. While Jersey Voltage also misses. 624 now retrying for that net. They're slowly going up, and they're able to spit it in. So that is 2 algae up in the net for red, and 2, I believe 2 in for blue. 80-44, that's Denim Venom. They just scored on L4. They also have a floor Coral intake. Now they have an algae in their robot. They're gonna go up and score into the net, and same with 624. These teams are going algae for algae. Looks like we have Energy Heroes. They are going to load from the human player station and try and score. Looks like L4 is done on our Blue Alliance, so now we're going to have to worry about those other levels. We got a minute left in this match. 624 looks like has a Coral jammed in their robot. Let's see if they're able to get it unjammed. 80-44 though. Looks like they're not going to be stopped. They're going to score another piece of Coral onto the front side of that reef on L3. Energy Heroes following, doing the same thing. 64 gets that Coral on second. Now they're starting to score L3 as well. There are some back L4 spots still available to be scored on. 5414 sees that and it's going to try and score on there, and they do get it. 624 trying to score again on L3. They're able to get it on. Looks like live scoring shows 120-74. Blue is in the advantage here. We have 25 seconds left. Looks like Denim Venom is going to start and go and climb. They're going to line up to the cage. They're going slowly in, making sure they're latched. And now they're going to go up. And it looks like Denim Venom is up and climbed. Jersey Voltage is going to try and climb. We have 7 seconds left. Let's see if we can see any other climbs. Energy Heroes just goes for a park. Same with 5414 and 64. And that's going to be the end of the match.
Our next qualification match is underway. We're ready to kick start once again with our girls drive tournament. Let's make some noise on the Red Alliance. Give it up for this first team, 58-29.
This is Audibots.
And dropping them on this mission, please make some noise for team 3005.
Robo Chargers.
And looking bright and pink, make some noise for team 4336.
Ramageddon.
And making this first spot on the Blue Alliance, make some noise for team 2582.
And for bots.
And joining them on this mission to win the match, make some noise for team 5503.
Tigertrons.
And taking off this last spot, it is team 68.
That is Valor.
Drivers behind the line. Let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
All right, we're starting here for the 13th match here in the Girls Drive Tournament. Looks like Panther Bots turns the wrong way, so they're going to ace up there. The only robot here still moving in the autonomous period is Valor. On the other side, looks like we got Ramageddon moving. Looks like there's only one L4 up in red and only one L4 up in blue also. So we're going to be, looks like, tied out of autonomous. Looks like 3005 is having some issues with their robot. Let's see if they can get themselves moving. While we have Audibots, looks like they're trying to line up for an L4. Let's see if they can get it. Ramageddon gets a coral from the human player station. 5503 on the blue line side. On the back side of that reef, they D-score an Algae. They're going to maybe try and score an L4 as well, while Pantherbot just scores one. Wow, now we have 6800 Valor. They have, looks like they have a couple coral on their side of the reef that are already on there. They just tried to score L3. It looks like they just barely missed. 5503 now trying to go for the human player station. Valor now trying to maybe load up for another L4. While we have Audibots, they miss on that reef. We got 3005. They're trying to floor intake an Algae and put it up in that net. 5829 Audibots. Looks like they tried to pick up an Algae from the reef, but just barely missed. Audibots looks like now is now trying to load again. Now Ramageddon goes up, and they're going to try and score an L4. They're lining themselves up, and they get it. On the other side, 5503 Tigertrons, they're trying to line up an L2. While Valor now on the back side of that reef, they're trying to score another L4, while 3005 just scored into the net. 5503 still trying to line up. Pantherbots scoring as well. We got 40 seconds left. Looks like Valor is going to go and climb early. Make sure they get those 12 climb points. We got 30 seconds left in this match. 5829 Audibots. They're trying to clamp onto their cage and go climb. Let's see if they can get it. Valor goes up. Pantherbots are trying to go up. They are clamped onto that cage. Let's see if they can get up. We have 14 seconds left. Looks like Pantherbots isn't fully locked into that cage. We got 5 seconds. Let's see if we can get any other last second climbs. 4005 slowly making it into the cage. And that's going to be the end of the match.
Attention teams, we want to remind all of you that we have food trucks outdoor waiting for you. We got some of the best food trucks in Houston accompanying us here for the Texas Robotics Invitationals. They're right out back here on the left side of the field. So if you want to go out there and see them, try them, they already got some samples for you.
OKC Possum.
And then over here we got 9991.
Lady Cans.
And with them is 3847.
Spectrum.
All right. On the blue side of the field, we start with 624.
Kryptonite.
And then somewhere we got 4587.
Jersey
Here they come.
Voltage.
All right. And then with them is 5414.
Paradox.
Awesome. right, we are ready to go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, dive.
As we start match 14, we have Paradox and 624 going up and trying to score some coral, while on the other side for the Red Alliance, we're getting a third coral scored by Spectrum. And it looks like that's going to be it for the Autonomous. As we start driver control, we have 4587. They didn't move it on, but they're going to start to move here in driver control. They're going to start to line up and score that coral. Looks like 2718 scores one onto L4 on that back face, while 9991 it's gonna go at the trough because of their kit bot architecture. Looks like Red Alliance has 6, maybe 7 coral scored so in total. 9991 looks like now continue to get that trough pieces, while on the Blue Alliance side we have Paradox. They looks like they're about to line up and score onto L4. That looks like they're still lining up, and they do. And at the same time, Kryptonite scores another piece. Now grabbing the Algae, gonna go up to the net and try and score that piece of Algae. While now 2718 scores another piece of coral. 9991 looks like has a coral in their robot. Now they're gonna score in the trough very quickly. 2718 now going and scoring in L4. Kryptonite now going again up to that net. Paradox now lining up for another L4 on one of the back faces. Looks like they just missed overshooting it and it hitting the floor. Kryptonite has a coral in their robot. They're going to try and score L3, but it looks like it just barely misses. 2718 trying to de-score an Algae. They're able to get it off. Trying to get more openings for scoring on L3s and L2s. 9991 continuing to go at that trough, just racking up a bunch of points for that Red Alliance. 9991 scoring again in that trough. 2718 looks like it's now is ready to climb with 30 seconds left. We got 25 seconds. 2718 still making sure they're fully latched into that cage to go and climb. 3847 now bringing down their climber. They're ready to go up. They just need a lineup. 3847 making sure they're on that cage. Wow, 2718 still trying to get into that cage to go climb. 4587 looks like maybe he's going to try and climb. Spectrum is up at the last second, and that's going to end our match.
All right, we're going to start introducing our Red Alliance over here with 2718. Not team numbers. Confused by that. Yes. We'll introduce you according to your shirts. How about that? So we've got 6800.
That is Valor.
And right here in the middle is Chips with 324.
That's Chips.
And 9994.
That is Paradox.
All right, we're still working off of shirts here, so we've got team 6357
Spring Constant.
and their alliance partners 4639
That is Robo Spartans.
and 1477.
That Texas Torque.
And while we're waiting, I want to make an announcement. All girls drive teams, all the girls drive teams are going to get together for a photo on the wall on the Blue Alliance side. So don't miss the photo for all the girls drive teams.
And while we're at it, let's take time to make a second announcement. And we want to let you guys know that qualification matches are already live. The schedule's already live for TRI. You can find it online. Make sure to check out so you know when you need to be ready after lunch. So schedule's already live for all the teams to check out.
All right, teams are now ready. We're going to start in behind the lines. All right, in 3, 2, 1, dive.
All right, as we start here in qualification match 15 for our girls drive tournament, Chips runs their center Auton. Looks like they missed the L4. Now they're going to get that center algae and try and put it in the processor, but it looks like the algae went out as they're moving to their processor. 6800 BT 9986. Looks like they scored 3 on the L4. 68 9986. Now looking to go to another L4 there. Torque scores one onto L4. Same with Spring Constant as we have Robo Spartans 4639. They're going to try and go up to L4 and do the same. Spring Constant on the other hand, it's going to go up and shoot into the net. Torque now lining up for that L4. Let's see if they can get it off. 9986. Valor's B team looks like just took that out, took the algae out. Doesn't want to deal with it now. Now 9986 tried to score onto L2, but it looks like the Coral left a little bit early. Now 9986 has another core on their robot. They're going to try and go again. 3-2-4. That's Chips. They just scored one. Coral into the trough. They're going to try and maybe go for number 2. And we have Paradox's B team, 9994. Days just scored an L4. 1477, Texas Torque. They lined up and score. And same with Robo Spartans. Looks like Robo Spartans is staying on that front face, just getting those easy Coral out of the way. 6357 just scored on L4. Torque is going to follow and do the exact same thing. 6800's done with L4, so now going to focus on L3s. Wow, Chips, they're going to try and maybe do more troughing. 9986 looks like getting ready to go up and score on L4 on that front face. Let's see if they can get it off. We got 45 seconds left. 63-57 to try to score on L3, but looks like they just missed. We got 30 seconds. 9986 maybe trying to go for an algae. Looks like they decide against that. And 9994 looks like now trying to line up for another L4. While 9986, they're going to go and climb early with 20 seconds left, making sure they have their climber fully in that cage so that they can go up. Looks like 9986 is ready to go up. Let's see if they're going to get it. 9986 is up. Now we're going to see Chips. Let's see if they get up. They have 5 seconds left. Let's see if Chips is able to get up. Chips is up. 9994 goes in parks. And Spring Constant goes in parks as well.
Quick reminder to all teams that the blood drive is just outside the Red Alliance doors for 1 more hour. We have 1 more hour. Go check out the blood drive if you're over 17. All right, let's announce our next alliances. Over here in red, we've got 10014.
Rebellion.
And in the middle, we've got 8515.
Photon.
And then here on the end, my personal favorite, it's Zoe representing 7691.
TSA All-Stars.
On the blue side, we have 8044
Denim Venom.
and 5892.
Energy Heroes.
And let's hear it for 5908.
Spartan Robotics.
I don't know if they're. Hey, we have a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Going into autonomous period, we have one on each side scored so far. Two on the blue line, specifically 10-0-14, picking up an invisible coral. We got three on the blue line scored, 58-92 hanging out, 80-44, almost scoring that last coral in the autonomous period. 5908 getting lined up to place their coral, 8044 picking up their algae, going over to the barge to see if they can score. Almost make it in. 5892 scoring another coral, almost also falling out. 10014 scooting around, picking up coral off the ground. We have algae rolling over the floor at the Red Alliance. We have 5892 scoring another coral on the level 4. 10014 picking up another coral off the ground. It looks like 8044 scoring another coral on level 4. 5892 tried to shoot that coral onto the reef, but it landed on the trough. So far, Blue Alliance looks like they have 8 corals scored on level 4. 2 algae scored in the processor on the Blue Alliance. 8044 lining up to pick up that algae off the ground. Rebellion continuing to pick up coral off the ground and scoring onto the reef. 5908 scoring another algae into the processor almost. 5892 lining up another coral. Looks like Blue Alliance only needs 2 coral to complete their level 4. Right now we have 1 minute left on the clock. Blue with almost 100 points so far in this match. 5892 scoring their penultimate coral on the level 4. 10014 continuing to pick up coral off the ground like they do. 5892 picking it up from the coral station. 8044 potentially scoring that last coral on the level 4 of Blue Alliance. They changed their minds. Oh, they changed it right back. 10014 lining up again with their arm all the way high, almost shooting it onto the level 4. 8515 lining up, looks like for that end game that's about to start in 5 seconds. 8044 picking up another algae off the ground, going over to score into the barge. We are now in the end game. Photon lining up and grabbing that cage. 10014 lining up also for that cage. Looks like Photon is off the ground. 8044 also lining up for that cage, lifting off into the cage. Energy Heroes climbing way up into the air. That's the end.
And we're ready to kickstart our next match over here for the Girls Drive Tournament. Taking up this very first spot, make some noise for Team 9986.
Valor.
And joining on this mission to win the match, make some noise for Team 324.
Chips.
And taking this last spot, make it loud for Team 9994.
Paradox.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field to once again welcome Team 5829.
Audiobots.
And joining on this ride, make it loud for Team 3005.
Robochargers.
And this last spot's taken by Team 4336.
Ramageddon Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. Let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Quickly getting into autonomous period, 99-94 taking a visit to the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, however, still scoring 2 corals so far. Valor picking up a coral, scoring the 3rd coral for the Red Alliance. 58-29 hanging out as well as Robochargers. We are now entering tele-op. Humans are now controlling the robots. 99-94 heading back into their home territory. 58-29 ready to score that coral onto the level 4. I think the first level 4 coral for the Blue Alliance. Almost. Valor scoring again another coral. We have 5 corals so far on the Red Alliance. Ramageddon now attempting to score on level 4. Robochargers without algae. Looks like they're getting ready to score into that barge. Valor picking up another coral from the coral station along with Paradox. Robochargers almost about to make that 3-pointer into the blue barge. Audiobots quickly heading over to the coral station, picking it up. Ramageddon throwing that coral away. We have Paradox ready to score their level 4 coral. Chips, meanwhile, scoring on level 1 trough. Valor doing a dance when they spin over to the reef. Ramageddon heading back into the coral station, getting ready to score. We have almost 1 minute left onto the clock. Red Alliance with 59 points, Blue with 38. Blue can still catch up and get a win on this match. Audiobots looking to align. We have Ramageddon also getting ready to score. Red Alliance, we have Valor and Paradox getting ready to score on that level 4. Looks like Valor is now picking up that algae from the reef. We have Chips still considering to score on that level 1, grabbing from the ground. Red Alliance Reef almost completely filled up on the level 4 specifically. Chips continuing to put coral onto the level 1. We have 30 seconds remaining into this match. Looks like Valor is getting ready to climb for the end game. We are now officially into the end game. Teams will start to climb. Looks like Audiobots has already climbed up over there at the end of the field. 2 robots per side, still focusing on scoring on the reef. Looks like Chips is starting to park at the very least on the red barge zone. Ramageddon parked as well. That is the end.
And we're ready to kick things off for the next match here on our Girls Drive. Let's make some noise first for Team 10,014.
Rebellion.
And joining them to take on the match, make noise for Team 8515.
Photon.
And taking off this last spot, make some noise for Team 7691.
TSA All-Stars.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field. Make some noise for Team 2718.
Team OKC.
And accompanying them on this match, make some noise once again. The team in pink, it is 9991.
Lady Cans.
And this last spot on our match, making this alliance look a lot more purple, make some noise for Team 3847.
Spectrum.
Drivers behind the line. Let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
We are once again in autonomous period. Looks like Spectrum scored the first coral, followed by Rebellion on the Red Alliance. Spectrum scoring an algae into the barge. Lady Can scoring 1 on the level 1 trough, 38-47, missing their second algae. That's the end of autonomous. Now we are in the tele-operation period. Lady Can scoring their second coral onto the level 1 trough. 27-18, picking up a coral from the coral station, going over to the reef. 38-47 Spectrum sitting there thinking about what they want to do next. Meanwhile, their sister team, 85-15, is heading over to their reef on the Red Alliance, getting ready to score. Rebellion scored 1 onto the level 4. Team Lady Cans continuing to score on that level 1 trough piece by piece. 85-15 looks like they just scored, I think. 99-91, Lady Cans scoring another coral onto level 1. 27-18, going over, scoring for the level 4 of Blue Alliance. 85-15 hanging out at their coral station, looking like they're getting another coral. Rebellion now almost grabbing their algae from their reef. Spectrum is now moving around. We have 27-18 also scurrying around their reef. Red Alliance throwing their coral onto the ground for Rebellion to pick up, while 85-15 picks it up by hand from the coral station. Spectrum is continuing to score onto the level 4. Blue Alliance looks like they're about halfway done with their level 4. Red Alliance has 3 algae. Rebellion looks like they're trying to score onto the level 2. However, they missed and dropped their coral. Team OKC trying to score that coral, but they dropped it, landing near the level 1 trough. 99-91, landing theirs onto the trough for sure, though. Team OKC dropping their coral all over the place. Looks like a coral is stuck inside Rebellion, but they got it out. Now they can pick up more coral. Spectrum scoring their coral almost. 85-15 looks like they're lining up for endgame, as well as 27-18 Team OKC. We are now in the endgame. Teams will start to climb onto their cages. All of Red Alliance is getting ready to climb. So meanwhile, Team OKC is hanging out, probably waiting for their partners. Spectrum also lining up to climb on their cage. 99-91 hanging out. Looks like they're planning to hang out with their Blue Alliance. 27-18 has Climb as well as Photon.
Attention teams, we'd like to remind all of you that when we are done with our 20 matches of our Girls Drive tournament, we are going to have a single finals match. We are not doing semifinals or best out of 3 because we don't want to run into lunch. So we are going to get done our 20 matches, and then we're going to call out for the 2 top teams, and we're going to have you guys be on the field so we can have one final match and find out who the winner of our Girls Drive tournament is going to be this year. And we're ready to start March number 19 of our Girls Drive tournament. We're just this match and the next one until we are done with our tournament. Let's start off by meeting the teams on our alliances once again. Let's give a warm welcome to Team 118.
The Robonauts.
And joining them on the field, make it loud for Team 418.
Purple Haze.
And taking this last spot, make it loud for Team 8370.
Glow with the flow.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field. Let's start off by introducing Team 2582.
Panther Bots.
And joining them on the match, make some noise for Team 5503.
Tigertrons.
And this last spot goes to Team 6800.
That's Valor.
Drivers behind the line. Let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
We are now heading into the penultimate match of the all-girls drive team segment of today's tournament. Right now, we have 2 corals scored on the blue as well as 2 on the red. Robonauts scoring the 3rd coral. Looks like Robonauts and Valor were the only ones moving for that last part of the autonomous, but we are now entering tele-operated period. So far, the score is 33-23 entering tele-op. Right now, Panther Bots is fixing the score of their coral that they have. 118 scoring the first algae into the barge of this match. 418 looking like they're about to score their coral. An algae got knocked out on the Blue Alliance reef. That algae is going over to the Red Alliance. 118 scoring another algae into the barge. 6800 continuing to score more coral. We have 5503 fixing the score of coral onto level 3. 118 still continuing to score onto that barge. Right now we have Glow with the Flow fixing to score their coral onto the level 3 of the reef. 5503 scurrying around looking for something to do while 2582 is picking up coral from the coral station. The score is pretty close right now with 55-58 with 1 minute and 17 seconds remaining. 6800 scoring another coral onto the level 3. Red Alliance's level 4 reef is almost filled up, same as Blue Alliance. Right now, Panther Bots is almost fixing to score that coral, but it knocked out onto the level 1. We have 1 minute remaining with scores pretty close at 74 to 68. It can be anyone's match. Valor continuing to score more coral while Panther Bots take their time to score that level 4. 418 still picking up coral from the coral station. We have Glow and the Flow doing the same team, picking up more coral to score more points. We have 35 seconds remaining with the score still pretty even at 92 to 85. Valor scoring their coral onto the level 4. Red is still in the lead with 7 points more than the Blue Alliance. 2582 is fixing to line up with the end game as well as Valor. 118 scoring another algae into that barge. 2582 is about to lift off. Same with Valor. 2 blue robots have climbed onto the deep cages. 118 is fixing to line up as well. We have 6 seconds remaining. Will Red Alliance start to climb up? 118 looks like they're climbing up. 5503 parked as well as 3370. That's the match.
We are ready to take on the last match of our Girls Drive tournament here at the Texas Robotics Invitational. Let's meet up once again for this very last match. Let's welcome back the teams on the field, starting off on our Red Alliance with Team 5427.
Steel Talons.
And joining them on this match, make some noise for Team 6377.
Howdy Bots.
And this last spot on the Red Alliance, make it loud for Team 2881.
Lady Cans.
And we hop over to the blue side of the field, and we're kicking things off with Team 62 what?
Kryptonite.
And joining them on this mission, they're going to shock your socks off, and it's Team 4587.
Jersey Voltage.
And it is imperative that you guys pay attention to this team. Make it loud for Team 5414.
Paradox.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
We're now entering the last match of our Girls Drive Team tournament. We have one coral scored on the Blue Alliance, two on the Red Alliance actually. 624 dropping coral off onto the reef, 5414 scoring another coral, 624 scoring one also on the level 4. We're now entering Kelly off with blue with 36 points and red with 27. 6377 knocking around their coral and having one in their hand. 624 and 5414 working together to score algae at the same time almost. There we go. 5427 spinning around, thinking about what they want to do. 6377 scoring coral onto the level 1 trough. 4587 Jersey Voltage thinking about scoring their coral. We have 624 and 5414 scoring algae again together with the power of friendship. 5427 picking up coral from the coral station. 2881 Lady Cans still scoring more coral onto the level 4. We have a minute and a half remaining. 624 scoring coral onto the level 4 once again. 4587 hanging out at their coral station. Looks like they're trying to pick up a coral from that human player. 5427 about to score another coral, looks like. 6377 Howdy Bots scoring more coral onto the level 1. We have 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining with Blue Alliance up ahead with 85 points versus 52. 5414 about to score another coral onto the level 3 reef. 624 continuing to fill it up. Blue Alliance with almost all their level 4 filled up. Red still has a few more coral to go. 5414 about to score another coral onto their level 3. 2881 dropping their coral. They were about to land it into that level 4, but it dropped towards level 1. 624 scurrying around with their coral. Looks like they're going to score into the level 3. We have 25 seconds remaining. We're about to enter the end game where teams will start to fix and climb onto their cages. Now we're officially into the end game. teams are still scoring coral before they plan to climb. We'll see which teams will climb in a few seconds. 2881 still picking up coral off the ground. 5414 planning a last second algae, but they dropped it. Looks like Jersey Voltage is lining up. We have 3 teams parked in the red alliance, it looks like, and 3 on the blue. And that's the end.
So as soon as the robots get loaded off here, please all girls drive teams, please come to the blue side wall for pictures.
And we are ready to kick off our matches here for our Girls Drive Tournament at TRI. We got Alliance number 2 on blue. We got Alliance number 6 right here on red. Let's start off by meeting the teams that will be participating on this finals to become the winner of this year's Girl Drive Tournament at TRI. Let's start off by meeting the first spot here on our red Alliance. Give it up for team 8044.
That is Denim Venom.
And make it loud as well for team 5908.
Spartan Robotics.
And this last spot in Alliance number 6 taken by team 5892.
Energy Heroes.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field where we can meet Alliance number 2 kicking off with team 118.
The Robonauts.
And joining them on this mission to become champions, make it loud for team 418.
Purple Haze.
And this last spot, make it loud once again for the very last team on this field. It is team 8370.
Glow with the Flow.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting our finals in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
We are in finals. This is a 1 and done, so whoever wins this match will be the winner of the Girls Drive Tournament here at TRI. We have 118 here going for their 4-piece auto, while 8044 Denim Venom's going for their free piece. Denim Venom gets free, 118 gets 4. We're going to go into driver control now as we start driver control. Looks like 118 has stopped moving. Something wrong might have happened to their controls. While we have Denim Venom on the other side, they score a algae immediately on the net. 118 doing the same, going for a net as well. 8044 Denim Venom, they were the Alliance captain of the Archimedes division on Einstein. And 118, they're the Alliance captain of the Milstein division on Einstein. 118 scores one on the net, and 8044 does the same. 118 now going for another piece of algae to put in the net. 8044 doing it at the same time. This is a algae race for each alliance. 118 continuing to pick up coral and score. Same way 8044. 8044 now gonna go and go in the net. They're up. Now they're just aligning themselves to make sure the algae doesn't bounce out, and it's on there. It's neck and neck right now when it comes to scoring. Looks like red is in a slight advantage right now. 8044 going for that last piece of algae, and it is up. While Purple Haze is now filling up that L4. 118 is going for L-Freeze now, trying to get as many points as possible. Purple Haze now going for another L4. While we have 8044 Denim Venom, they're also going for L4. They dunk it on. We got 48 seconds left. We have Spartan Robotics. They just scored into the processor. 118 looks like trying to go for L4. They get it on. Now they're going to go for algae and put it in the net. Right now, red is in the lead by 20 points. It is looks like 143 to 113. We got 28 seconds left. 8044 picking up another piece of coral, now putting it onto the reef. 8044 gonna try to go again. 118 trying to go for a piece of algae. We got 20 seconds left. It's time to climb. 8044 going to go for a last piece of algae and then climb. Looks like they get that algae on. 118 lining up to climb. Let's see if they can get it up. Looks like they're fully latched in. And it looks like 118's not up, and that's going to be the end of the match.
Before we get the final results checked over here, we want to remind all the girls drive teams from the tournament that we want to meet you all by the wall here on the blue side of the field so we can take a picture to remember this year's tournament. All the girls drive teams, we want to meet you on the wall so we can take a picture for this year. That we have results. Congratulations to Alliance number 6, which is team 8044, 5908, and 5892 for their win on this year's Girls Drive Tournament. Congratulations. We want to remind all the teams that we're going to come back at 1 p.m. after lunch so we can kick off qualification matches for this year's TRI. We'll be here at 1 p.m. so we can start back our matches for the TRI. Hello, how are we doing today? How was lunch for everyone? Now we're ready to officially kickstart our qualification matches here for the Texas Invitational here at TRI. We're ready to make the Texas Robotics Invitational become a reality. How is everyone feeling today? We'll get the energy up a little more as the matches go by. Let's start off by meeting the teams on our very first qualification match of the day. Taking off this very first spot, please make it loud for Team 7492.
Sponsored by Gene Haas Foundation. From the Woodlands, Texas, it's CavBots.
And joining them on this mission to take over this match, please make it loud for Team 9140.
Sponsored by Ken James and Round Rock ISD. From Austin, Texas, it's the Robobots.
And once again, sending a big congratulations on her 18th birthday to Julie. Please make it loud for Team 6377.
Sponsored by Microsoft. From Austin, Texas, it's HowdyBots.
And we move over to the blue side of the field where we are firstly meeting up with Team 2582.
Sponsored by Boeing. From Lufkin, Texas, it's PantherBots.
And joining them on this mission to take over, make it loud for Team 3005.
Sponsored by Texas Instruments. From Dallas, Texas, it's RoboChargers.
And this very last spot is taken by the team with the coolest modified shirts. Make it loud for Team 9986.
Sponsored by Viperbots Friends and Family. From Austin, Texas, it's Valor.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting our first matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
We're now entering the first qualification match for the Texas Robots Invitational. Blue Alliance starting off with one Coral on the level 4. Red Alliance sitting still for the autonomous. Valor dropping a Coral onto the ground, 3005, and heading next to the reef. We are now heading into the teleoperation period. Human drivers are now controlling their robots. Valor scoring another reef or Coral into the reef. 7492 dropping a Coral. We see 9140 dropping the first Coral to the reef on the Red Alliance. So far, we have 2 minutes left into this qualification. It is a 2v3. Red Alliance has a lot of work to do if they want to catch up to Blue for this match. We see Valor dropping off the first algae into the barge. RoboChargers lining up for their Coral onto the reef. 7492 picking up a Coral, while their partner 9140 Robobots just dropped off a Coral onto the reef. 9140 picking up another Coral. 3005 just picked up an algae from the reef but dropped it onto the ground. PantherBots still continuing to score while their partners are still picking up Coral. 7492 going back and forth pretty quickly, catching up while the score is 56-34. There's still plenty of time for Red Alliance to catch up. RoboChargers getting ready. Oh, they dropped their algae and it's rolling over to the red side of the field, but that's okay. There's still plenty of algae around for them to score with. Blue Alliance's reef is starting to fill up. So far, Blue Alliance has won. Both alliances have 1 out of 3 levels required for that Coral Reef RP. Please note that in this event, 6 corals must be in each level for at least 3 out of the 4 levels to get that Coral Reef RP bonus. RoboChargers lining up another Coral. PantherBots up next. 9140 just dropped one off onto their reef. 7492 lining up to drop their Coral onto the reef. RoboChargers trying again without algae. They made it. Oh, never mind. It bounced over to the other side. 7492 lining up their Coral from the Coral Station. We're now heading into the end game. Valor, the first team to lift off from the ground. Their partners lining up for that climb. 71 or 91.40 still lining up for that cage. We'll see how many teams will lift off with 7 seconds left onto the clock. 91.40 looks like they're almost off the ground from my point of view. 25.82 also lifted off, and Robochargers parked, and that's the end. Scores are being posted onto the screens right now. Our first winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 116 to 74. Blue Alliance earning 5 ranking points, 1 for the autonomous, 1 for the park, and 3 for the win.
And we're going to underway to start qualification match number 2 right here on TRI. Let's start off by meeting the teams on our Red Alliance. This very first spot, looking the most dapper of all. Give it up for Team 8044.
Sponsored by the Dow Chemical Company from Denham Springs, Louisiana. It's Denim Venom.
And this next team is ready to bring Crash up for a second round. Make it loud for Team 1477.
Sponsored by Halliburton from Conroe, Texas. It's Texas Torque.
And taking this last spot as the shiniest team with the shiniest robot all around. Make it loud for Team 2587.
Sponsored by Shell from Houston, Texas. It's Disco Bots.
And we hop on over right here to a Blue Alliance to welcome on the very first spot. There are Girl Scouts here from Northern Texas. Make it loud for Team 2881.
Sponsored by Girl Scouts of Central Texas from Austin, Texas. It's Lady Cans.
And joining them to be incomparable. Make it loud for Team 9994.
Sponsored by NASA from Pearland, Texas. It's Paradox.
And they're gonna shock your socks off. Once again, let's hear it for Team 4587.
Sponsored by Chandra Family from Jersey Village, Texas. It's Jersey Voltage.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Heading into the second qualification match, we see quick movement from both alliances. Lady Can scoring the first coral. Red Alliance already scoring their third, maybe fourth coral onto the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance with 1 coral still scored. A score of 37 to 16 heading into the tele-op period. Red Alliance quickly scoring at 80-44, scoring that level 1 trough. 45-87 scoring their coral potentially. There you go. Lady Can scoring the third coral onto the 4th level for reef. 14-77 lighting up to eventually score their coral. Denim Venom picking up coral from the ground and still scoring onto that level 1 trough. 99-94 looks like they're trying to grab that algae from that reef, and their partner 28-81 Lady Can scoring another coral onto the 4th level reef along with Jersey Voltage. 80-44 scoring that algae onto that barge. 25-87 also getting ready to score another coral. 99-94 looks like they're going to grab that other algae from that reef and score it onto their barge potentially, it seems like. 80-44 looks like they're still scoring onto the barge. 45-87 with their coral, getting ready, waiting for 99-94 to move so that they can potentially score their coral. Red is almost about to hit 100 points with 55 seconds remaining, while Blue has 51 points. Still enough time to catch up. 80-44 now switching to coral, getting ready to get that RP potentially. Red Alliance only needs 1 more reef level to get that reef level RP bonus. Red Alliance now has 3 out of 3 reefs with 6 corals each. That means that they will most likely get that coral RP at the end of the match. Blue with 1 out of 3 levels scored with their reef. 80-44 still continuing to put more points onto that scoreboard. 28-81 lining up for the end game period as now both alliances are starting to line up for their cages. Red Alliance is still scoring their coral in the end game. Looks like Texas Torque is extending to get ready for the climb. Oh, Blue Alliance is at the barge zone. We'll see which teams will climb in the last 5 seconds. Looks like Lady Cans has climbed up. Denim Venom as well, along with Texas Torque. And that's the end of this match. We're being posted onto the board right now. We see Red Alliance has won the second qualification match with a score of 163 to 82. Red Alliance taking it away with all 6 RP, 1 for the auto, 1 for the reef, 1 for the barge, and 3 for the win. However, Blue Alliance will still gain 2 RP, 1 for the auto, and 1 for the barge, I believe.
All right, we're going to start introducing the qualification round 3. We start over here in the Red Alliance with 5431.
Sponsored by Plano ISD Education Foundation. From Plano, Texas is Titan Robotics.
And hanging out with them for this qual round is 323.
Sponsored by Argosy Foundation. From Mountain Home, Arkansas, it's Lights Out.
And rounding out this alliance, it is 7691. TSA thinks who should drive? Steven should drive, okay.
Sponsored by Tomball ISD. From Tomball, Texas, it's TSA All-Stars.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, we're starting with Team 5908.
Sponsored by Hunting Company. From Stafford, Texas, it's Spartan Robotics.
Then hanging out with them is 5892.
Sponsored by Woodside Energy. From Houston, Texas, it's Energy Heroes.
And then having fun on the blue side today, it is 118.
Sponsored by NASA Johnson Space Center. From Houston, Texas, it's the Robonauts.
All right, we have a thumbs up, and drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, dive.
Heading into our 3rd qualification round, we see teams quickly scoring Coral onto their reef. 118 already scoring their 2nd. Energy Hero with their 2nd. Lights Out scoring an invisible Coral while the other 2 teammates are planning their next move for tele-op. We are now heading into the tele-operation period with 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. 118 is thinking of their next strategy while they sit there. 5908 with their Coral. Looks like they're planning to line up for their Coral Reef. Red Alliance now scoring their first Coral onto the reef. We can see Team 323 grabbing an algae from the reef and tossing it away while they score their Coral. 5431 coming over to talk and hang out with the blue team. Looks like they're going to play defense. 5908 hanging out in the corner. Looks like they're having some computer issues. We see 7691 getting ready with their coil, spinning around and scoring. 323 grabbing an algae and placing it with a coral. 58-92 hanging out also on the Red Alliance side. 54-31 is playing defense against the Robonauts while the Robonauts are just trying to score. 54-31 playing some defense against 118. 30-23 looks like they have a coral stuck in their bot, but they're still going to continue with that algae and perhaps scoring it onto their barge. There we go. Oh, and it bounced right out. 59-08 grabbing a coral from their blue coral station. 118 throwing that algae away and replacing it with that coral. Scores now is 100-35 with 45 seconds remaining. We will soon reach into the end game, but first we still got some coral to be scored. Blue Alliance side with 3 out of 3 levels of reef scored. They're going to get that coral RP at the end of the match. Looks like 54-31 Titan Robotics is starting to line up for that end game and start to climb. 58-92 still hanging out on the red side, but will return to their barge zone for the end game as teams are starting to climb. Which team will be the first one to start climbing? We will see. 54-31 still lining up on that cage. 118 taking off. Energy Heroes taking off on the blue barge zone. We see all 3 robots parked at the red zone, and that's the end. We have scores coming up on the scoreboard right now. Blue Alliance taking the victory for the 3rd qualification round. A score of 160-46. Blue Alliance with 5 RP, while Red Alliance will still gain 1 RP from that round.
All right, we're going to introduce you to the teams in qualification match 4. Over here in the Red Alliance, it is 4639.
Sponsored by Ecolab from Katy, Texas, it's the Robo Spartans.
And then hanging out with them over here is 5503.
Sponsored by Calibri Logistics from Smithville, Texas, it's Tigertrons.
And rounding out the alliance is 3847.
Sponsored by Solarcraft Inc. from Houston, Texas, it's Spectrum.
All right, coming over to the blue side, let's hear it for 2848.
Sponsored by Jesuit Dallas from Dallas, Texas, it's Rangers.
Awesome. And then playing with them is 5414.
Sponsored by NASA from Pearland, Texas, it's Paradox.
Then the rest of the Blue Alliance is 10385.
Sponsored by NASA from McAllen, Texas, it's Cycle Breakers.
All right, we're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Getting into the autonomous period, we see Spectrum lining up for their first coral. 2 corals scored on the blue side from 2848 and from Paradox. Spectrum scoring a second coral, Paradox scoring another. Blue Alliance with 4 coral, while Red Alliance has 3 at the end of the autonomous period. Score of 27-37 as we get into the teleoperation period. Paradox is lining up for their other coral. We see 5503 spinning in circles while Spectrum looks like they're trying to grab an algae from their reef. 2848 scoring another coral and 10385. Cycle Breakers scoring their coral on the 4th level reef. An algae fell out from the Red Alliance reef. 5503 is still thinking about what they want to do. We see 4639 grabbing a coral from the coral station. Spectrum doing the same. Cycle Breakers lining up another coral for their reef. 5414 is trying to grab that algae from the reef. 5414 scoring a algae into that barge, bouncing right in. 2848 also scoring, getting that algae from that reef. Same thing with Paradox. Spectrum is lining up to get their coral in, while 4639 does the same. Scores is at 42-60 with 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. 2848 grabbing another coral from the coral station. 10385 looks like they're lining up that coral. 4639, the Robo Spartans lining up for their 4th level reef already. Both alliances have 1 out of 3 reef requirements needed for that coral RP. Rangers try to score that algae into the barge and almost tipping while they're trying to get back to the coral station, but they managed to save themselves. Paradox looks like they're trying to grab that last algae, or that second to last algae from their reef. Maybe they're going to score on that barge. 4639 still going back and forth with that coral from the coral station. 10385 visiting the Red Alliance, playing some defense, looks like against on that left side of the field. 5414 lining up that coral onto the 3rd level reef, dropping it, but that's okay. We're entering the 15-second mark as we get into the end game. Spectrum lining up their bot for the cage. Will they be the first team to climb? 10385 getting back to their barge zone. 4639 stuck onto an algae. 5414 parking in their blue zone barge, and that's the end. So coming up onto the scoreboard, a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 96 to 63. Blue Alliance with the 4 RP, 1 coming from the auto, 3 for the win. Real quick, we're going to be reposting the scores to qualification number 3. There is a slight change to the RP in qualification number 3 due to a robot leaving the starting line. The updated RP now, we see Blue Alliance with 6 RP, 1 for the auto, 1 for the reef, 1 for the barge, 3 for the win. Red Alliance still with their 1 RP.
All right, we are going to introduce you to Qual 5 contenders, starting over here on the Red Alliance with 418.
Sponsored by Boeing from Austin, Texas, it's Purple Haze.
All right, give it up for 6357.
Sponsored by ARM Automation from Dripping Springs, Texas, it's the Spring Constant.
Then rounding out the red is 2718.
Sponsored by Science Museum Oklahoma from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, it's Team OKCE Possums.
Awesome. All right, over here on the Blue Alliance, we've got 9991.
Cookie Monster.
And then 5427.
Sponsored by Lowe's from Katy, Texas, it's Steel Talons.
And finally, we've got 2882.
Sponsored by Bechtel from Katy, Texas, it's Nuts and Bolts.
Alrighty, now we are ready to start qualification match 5. Drivers behind the lines, and we'll start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Getting into the autonomous period, we see robots quickly moving. 418 scoring a coral. 6357 scoring an algae into the barge during the autonomous period. We see Cookie Monster 9991 grabbing coral and scoring onto the level 1 trough. Scores are 33 to 12 heading into the teleoperation period. Robots are still moving. 6357 scoring another algae into the barge. Purple Haze at the coral station. 5427 hanging out near the reef. Cookie Monster grabbing a coral from the coral station. More algae being scored into the barge. 418 slamming into the reef, but coming right back. 6357 still scoring algae into the barge like they do. 27-18 running around with that coral, getting ready to score. 418 heading back to the coral station. 6357 continuing to score more algae into the barge. We see Red Alliance with 1 out of 3 reef levels spilled for that reef RP. 5427 attempting to score their algae into the barge. It went in and went right back out of the field. 27-18 scoring a coral again into their reef. Spring Constant scoring more algae. 5427 about to score their coral onto their reef. The same with 2882. 418 still continuing to score more coral onto the reef. 2718 at the coral station waiting to get more coral. The Red Alliance barge is starting to fill up with all that algae. 418 about to score more. Try to score it into the 4th level, however that was filled and bounced right out. 5427 looked like they just scored. Cookie Monster still scoring more coral onto the level 1 trough area. 418 throwing that coral away. 6357 now switching to a coral strategy. Looks like they had enough algae for their liking, scoring onto that level 3. 2882 scoring more coral onto the level 3 reef. We have 20 seconds left, and we are entering the end game. 6357 and 2718 lining up for that end game. Looks like they're going to be the first ones to climb potentially. Same thing at 5427 and 9991 heading over to their blue zone. 6357 climbing up into the air. Team OKC Possums about to follow suit. 2882 now following into the blue barge zone, and that's the end. Are being posted for the 5th qualification. It is a Red Alliance victory with a score of 142 to 65. Red Alliance taking it away with 5 ranking points. Blue still taking it away with 1 ranking point.
And kicking off our next qualification match number 6 right here on TRI. Let's give a very first warm welcome to team in purple and white. Make it loud for team 8515.
Sponsored by Dow, Apple, and the Boeing Company. It's Photon.
And joining them for this match, please make sure to make some noise for team 10,014.
Sponsored by NASA, Texas Workforce Commission, and the Gene Haas Foundation. It is Rebellion.
And this very last spot on the Red Alliance, please make it heard for team 5070.
Sponsored by Synergetic STEM Outreach Center and Paul and Wall and the New Beginning Church. It's Gear Nautics.
And this next spot, first on the Blue Alliance, make sure that we can hear it for team 4336.
Sponsored by Linear Controls and Haas, it's Ramageddon Robotics.
And this next team wants to ask you, what's cooking? It's 9418.
Sponsored by Conroe ISD, Marine Technical Society, and Argosy Foundation, it's Pasta Bots.
And this very last spot goes to team 68.
Sponsored by West Coast Products and Leander ISD, it's Valor.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1, go.
As we start qualification match 6, we have Ramageddon in the center. They try to score an L4, but they just barely miss. 94-18 Pasta Bots, they score an L4. Looks like Valor is going to do the same. Looks like we're going to have 3 L4s up in blue. We only got 1 up in red. So that means going to be a lead for that Blue Alliance here in qualification match 6, 6,800. That is Valor. That was your state champions this year for Reefscape. They're going to go up to the net and score. We're going to see a lot of net play here from Valor. As now we have Pasta Bots. They're cooking up with the L4s. They get one in. Now they're grabbing an Algae, looking to put it in net. They're just going to fling it outside of the robot. Ramageddon now gets an L4, followed by Valor. Blue Alliance looks like they're going to try and finish up L4s before they do anything else. Make sure they maximize their points here. While on the other side, we have the Red Alliance. Photon looks to score an L3, 50-70 with their Everybot. They're going to start going at that trough. And Rebellion scores an L4 too. Reminder for that reef ranking point, it is 6 coral per level. Looks like the Blue Alliance almost has all the L4s filled. Looks like now they're going for L2 and L3 for that reef ranking point. Pasta Bots getting an Algae. Let's see if they put that up in the net. Ramageddon scores and an L4 on the backside of the reef. 6,800 continue to work on that front face and side face of that reef to get that ranking point. We have a minute left here. Rebellion looks like intaking a coral from the ground, picking it up with their end effector. Gonna try and dunk it onto the reef somewhere, while Photon shoots over the reef post and is now gonna go back and score again. Those missed coral can waste a lot of time here, as those wasted seconds mean wasted points. Valor looks like trying to finish up Algae. They shot the Algae over the net, so that's going to go on the red side of the field. Those Algae on the floor can be a problem for these alliances, as that could mean their robot could get stuck on them, and that could take them out of the match. Valor tries to score for a last second, score an L3. Now they're going to go and climb. Looks like they're lining up. Photon looks like they're going to try and climb as well. Same with Rebellion. Pasta Bots is going up. They're up. Rebellion's up. Valor's up. And Photon's up. We got 2 seconds left. We're not going to see any more parts, and that's going to be the end of the match. We're gonna post the scores here. The winner of qualification match 6 is the Blue Alliance. 147 to 84. Blue Alliance will come away here with 6 RPs. That's going to be a big lead in the rankings here. Red Alliance here still coming away with 2 RPs. So they're still going to get something here. And now we're going into qualification match 7.
And we're ready to kick off qualification match number 7 right here, starting off with the very first spot on our Red Alliance. They're the fastest tank drive in the West. Give it up for team 8370.
Sponsored by Stanley Consultants, AGB, and KDISD. It is Glow with the Flow.
And they're living their 28th season this year. Please make it loud for team 32 what? 324.
Sponsored by NASA Johnson Space Center, Clear Creek ISD, and Boeing. It's Chips.
And they're celebrating 10 years of competition this very season. Please make it loud for team 5829.
Sponsored by Audi International School, AC Plastic and Metal Supermarkets. It's Audibots.
And we move on to the blue side of the field, and we want to give this very first spot to the Big Ten. Make it loud for team 10118.
Sponsored by SNK Engineering, and NASA Johnson Space Center, and CCISD. It's Robonauts, everybody, or Big Ten.
And they're celebrating their 25th anniversary as of right now. Make it loud for team 624.
Sponsored by BP America, Oceaneering, and Transocean. It's Kryptonite.
And they're bringing the robot Rolf to take it all to win. Make it loud for team 4192.
Sponsored by Gene Haas Foundation, Louisville ISD, and Texas Workforce Commission. It's Jaguar Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Now that we started qualification match 7, we have 10-118. They're trying to run a 4-piece auto. Let's see if they can get it. 10-118 missing the second piece. They missed a 4th piece, and that's going to be it for their auto. Chips on their hand, running their center auto. They get an algae in that processor. We're going to start the driver control period here. The human player over on that red side needs to remember to shoot that algae as if it's letter. That's a free 6 points for that red alliance, or for the blue alliance. 10-118 scores 1 algae up into the net. 624 is going to follow 10-118 and put it up there, but it looks like they just barely missed. 58-29 Audibots. They score 1 up in the processor. They're going to try again maybe. 624 is going to grab an algae and bring it up in the net. Big Ten doing the same. Looks like Blue Alliance is trying to clear out algae first before then hyper-focusing on Coral. 10-118, Big Ten. They just scored their first L4. 624, gonna knock out an algae and try to score Coral, but it looks like they missed. 41-92, Jaguar Robotics gonna play some defense against Audibots. They need to be careful. 3-2-4, looks like it's trying to score some Coral, but Jaguar's playing some defense. But Jaguar picks up a major technical foul because they hit Chips when they're in the protected area. Chips looking to score now on to L4. They're trying to get their wrist ready so that they can dunk that Coral on. 6-4 Kryptonite. They have a Coral up in their end effector. They're going to try and score, and they're able to get it down. Kryptonite now grabbing another Coral. 10-118. Big Ten, they have an algae in their end effector. They're coming up to the net, and they get it in. So 3-2-4 Chips. They're going to try and grab another Coral. Let's see what they do. Audibots with 30 seconds left. They are in the climb area. They are latched onto the cage. Looks like they're trying to climb now. While we have Glow with the Flow, they're trying to pick up from the human player station. They're able to get it. Let's see if they're able to get it down. 10-118 Big Ten trying to intake a Coral. Looks like they're having some issues with it. They're going to go L2. We have 10 seconds left. Kryptonite's trying to go climb. Let's see if 10-118 can climb. We have 8 seconds left. 10-118 slowly making sure they're latched on. Looks like 10-118's latched on. And it looks like they're not going to get up. Just barely. It doesn't lift up enough. And 3-2-4 is up, and that's going to end our match. All right, we have scores ready. We're ready to put it on the screen. And the winner for that match is the Red Alliance. Red Alliance takes away 133 to 124. Red Alliance going away with 5 RPs. Looks like Blue Alliance doesn't get any RPs here.
And we're kicking off our next qualification match right here for TRI. Let's meet the teams on our red side of the field. We're kicking it right off with Team 118.
They were the winners of the Millsling division as Alliance captain. It's the Robonauts.
And joining them on this mission, take on the match. Make it loud for Team 9140.
From Austin, Texas, it's the Robobots.
And this next team has just one question. What time is it? It is 25:82.
From Lufkin, Texas, it's Pantherbots.
And we move on over to the blue side of the field to kick things right off with Team 5892.
From Houston, Texas, it's Energy Heroes.
And joining them on this match, please make it loud for Team 3005.
The first in Texas State District champions, it's Robochargers.
And this last spot, they want to be incomparable. Make it loud for Team 9994.
That's Paradox's B team.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
As we start, 118's going to start doing their 4-piece again. Let's see if they hit it here. Pantherbots on the other hand is going to run their 3-piece, I believe. They got one up. They're going to try to go for number 2. 9140 gets one in the center. So that's going to be a lot of points just in the beginning here for that Red Alliance. Blue Alliance here only has one L4 up in auto. So Red already in here with a major lead. 118 scores up in the net quickly. Now they're going to go for an L4 and grab an Algae doing these super cycles. 3005 trying to get an Algae, but it looks like it just popped out. By chance. 3005 looking for something to do. Moving around Energy Heroes. Energy Heroes now going up and score an L4 and they get it. 9994 Paradox. They are going to go to the human player station and try to load. They get the load in. And now they're going to go for an L4. Let's see if they can get it. Looks like they're still lining up. Let's see if they can. Energy Heroes gets one up. 3005 trying to line up for one. 118 now going for another net. 118's been filling this net for this entire match, wanting to fill up that entire reef, making sure they get all RPs possible, as getting 6 RPs in every single match is a very high likelihood you will be the first seed. 118 needing to re-intake a coral, now going for an L2, just barely missing there. Verdio 5 scores 1L4. Looks like Paradox is still looking to score. Wow, now we have Energy Heroes, they score L2. Now we have on the red side, we have 118. They're gonna go up and score L2. Looks like they have 2 out of the 3 levels completed for the RP. Now they got 3 out of 3. So that means 118 will get that coral RP on the blue side. Paradox is still looking to score to L4. Looks like now 118 is gonna use their algae intake. They're gonna get up. Now Energy Heroes looking for a place to score, trying to make sure an algae is not in the way. For the 05 on that front face, bringing their elevator up, trying to score. Let's see if they can get it. For the 05 almost sunking on. They need to try again. Let's see if they can get it. We got 20 seconds left. We're in our endgame period. 118 goes up to climb. They are up. Now Panther bots are trying to climb. There's no climbs for that blue alliance just yet. Paradox gets to Park. Let's see if Energy Heroes goes up and climb. We have 1 second left, and that's going to be the end of the match. All right, and we have scores ready. So the winner of this match will be the Red Alliance with a score of 198 to 88. That is going to be the high score here. Red Alliance coming away with 6 RPs. Blue Alliance though, they're coming away with 1 still, so they're not. So they didn't get nothing.
All right, let's hear it for the Red Alliance over here, starting with 7691.
From Tomball, Texas, that's TSA All-Stars.
Who let the owls out? All right, we tried. And with them is 2848.
From Dallas, Texas, that is Rangers.
I didn't mean for that to be a question. Sorry, guys. All right. And right alongside them will be 6377.
From Austin, Texas, that is Howdy Bots.
Little percussive maintenance there. Oh, thank you. All right. And then over here on the blue side, we're going to start with 2881.
Also from Austin, Texas, it's Lady Cans.
And let's hear it for 8044.
From Denham Springs, Louisiana, and the Archimedes Division winners, it's Denham Venom.
And finally, on the Blue Alliance, we have 54-31.
From Plano, Texas, it is Titan Robotics.
All right, and here we go for qualification match 9 in 3, 2, 1, dive.
As we start here, we have Denham Venom. They are going to start and do their free-piece auton that they've been hitting since the Girls Drive tournament. There we got number 2. Now they're going to try to take number 3. Looks like an algae might get in the way. So now they actually grabbed an algae. It looks like it's not going to be any trouble for them. As now we have 54-31, Titan Robotics. They have a floor intake. They tried to score in the center auto lane. Looks like they didn't get any. 54-31 trying again to score. Looks like their end effector might be stuck in their elevator. They get it unstuck. Let's see if 54-31 can get it unstuck. Now we have Lady Cans. They go to the source. They now have a Coral in their robot. They're going to try and score. Then Invented, though, because they have that floor intake, they can do cycles super quick as they don't have to make that full distance to the field. Now 28-81 is going to score another one. 28-81 also has a floor intake, so that's going to be good for them. While on the other side, 28-48 Rangers, they are going to have to pick up some coral, put it in there. 76-91 looks like it's having some issues with their robot. Let's see if they can get moving again. While we have Howdy Bot, 63-77, they just scored a coral in the trough. Most of the teams here are prioritizing that. Most of the teams here are prioritizing those RPs because those RPs lead to your rankings for eliminations and who you can pick. It's very important to what you do here. Denham Venom now scoring another L4, 54-31. Also has a corner robot. Looks like their arm and elevator aren't working so well. Denham Venom now looks like it's going to continue to do these very quick cycles onto the reef. L4 is almost done for that Blue Alliance. Right now, live score is showing 71-106. We got 40 seconds left. Denham Venom now going to go into the net. Looks like they get it on. And that Blue Alliance is missing just one more level before they get that Coral RP. Looks like they just need one more level. Denham Venom scores that last game piece they need for that RP. So now Denham Venom will be coming home with that Coral RP. We got 20 seconds left for the climb. 2081 is going to start and get that cage in their robot so they can start climbing. Denham Venom also going to climb. Denham Venom goes slowly coming up. 2881's up. Are we going to see any climbs from the Red Alliance? 7691 looks like it's just going to go in park. And that's going to be it for this match. All right, we have scores ready. It's coming up on the screen. The winner of this match is going to be the Blue Alliance. So, Blue Alliance getting a score of 157. They're coming away with 6 RPs. Denim Venom staying in 4th with those 6. Looks like Red Alliance is still going to have 1 RP, so they're going to come away with something. As even getting 1 RP in a match is so super important to qualifications, as getting 0 can be detrimental.
All right, here we go. The Red Alliance begins with the very shiny 2587.
That is Disco Bots.
And then we've got 2718.
Team OKC Possum.
Woo. And then let's hear it for 9991.
Lady Cans.
Over here on the Blue Alliance side, we've got 5414.
That is Paradox.
And with them is 4639.
Robo Spartans.
And last but not least, it's 7492.
Cav Bots.
Are we good? Yeah. All right, here we go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, dive.
All right, we have started qualification match 10 here. We have 4639. Looks like their Auton path wasn't set right, so they're going to start in the climb area. 5414 though, looks like their Auton has been working. They got 2 pieces up in L4. That's going to be up it here in auto. While on the Red Alliance side, they only got 1 L4 up. So Blue Alliance here is going to come into driver control with a slight lead. 27-18, Team OKC Possum. They are going to go onto the back face of the reef and try and score an L4. They get it down pretty easily. Now they're going to come back and go again. While we have 46-39 Robo Spartans. They are going to try and maybe do an L4. Looks like they're struggling a bit with their drivetrain. Might be something going on there software-wise. Now while on the other side, we have their alliance partner, Paradox. They have 2 L4s up right now. They're going to go for number 3. Paradox has been hitting those L4s really consistently here. They have been working on their software for that auto line, and it looks like it's working pretty consistently here. While we have Cabots, they get an L2 off. Let's see if Cabots can finish off all those L2s for that Coral RP. So far, Blue has got 1 level completed in that Coral RP, while Red hasn't completed anything. Looks like it's neck and neck here. 53 Red, 57 Blue, and the scoring. We have 46-39 Robo Spartans. They're going to try and go for an L4. They're readjusting themselves. Looks like they got it on. L4 is almost completed by our Blue Alliance here. Just 2 more spots, I believe. 54-14 wanted to complete those L4, wanted to maximize their points as much as possible. 54-14 approaching L4, they get it down. They're coming back to finish off the L4 level for that Blue Alliance, putting Blue in the lead here. We got 30 seconds left. Looks like Cabbots is going to continue to do that L2, while maybe we'll see some L3 actions as Blue Alliance just needs a couple more coral for that core RP. And we're in our end game here of the match. We have 10 seconds left. Looks like 27-18 is already up and climbed. Cabbots looks like it's just going for a park stay win, 9-9-9-1. 46-39 looks like it's also going to go for a park. And 54-14 tries to, but they just barely are out. All right, and we have the results ready. They're going up on the screen. The winner of this match is going to be the Blue Alliance. So that means that Blue Alliance does get 4 RPs here, bringing up all the Blue Alliance robots, while the Red Alliance gets only 2. But those 2 can still save them in the rankings as they only go down just a little bit and not a bunch. So still getting those RPs is really important here for our qualification rankings.
All right, let's meet the qualification 11 teams. Over here on red, we've got 85-15.
From Houston, Texas, it's Photon.
And then with them is 6800.
From Austin, Texas, it's Valor.
All right, guys, this is qual 11. We're going 54-27.
From Katy, Texas, it's Steel Talons.
All right, let's give it up over here for the Blue Alliance, starting with 10,014.
From Prosper, Texas, it's Rebellion.
And alongside them will be 4587.
From Jersey Village, Texas, it's Jersey Voltage.
And then we've got 5908 rounding this out.
From Stafford, Texas, it's Spartan Robotics.
Go team! Go team! Go team! Go team!
And do we have, no. All right, we have a thumbs up. And we will start qualification 11 in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Starting in our 11th qualification match, we see movement from both sides of the fields. Red Alliance already with 3 coral on their level 4. Well, Blue Alliance get 1 on their reef. Valor still scoring in the autonomous period. We have 4 coral on the Red Alliance, kicking us off with a score of 37-9 in the tele-op period. Valor scoring that extra coral that they had. Jersey Vultures scoring their first coral of the match, while Valor is now scoring the first algae of the match. 54-27, looks like they're going to grab that algae from the reef and on their way to the barge. 45-87, now visiting the Red Alliance field, most likely to go play defense, protecting that coral station while the Red Alliance ignores that robot and goes over to keep scoring. Team Red Billion scoring another coral onto the level 4, while 5908 is still planning their coral and putting it in. Jersey Voltage still playing defense over on the Red Alliance. 54-27, teeter-tottering on that reef, but still scoring on that 4th. Blue Alliance scoring that algae onto the barge. Red Billion picking up coral from the ground that's being thrown by the human player and scoring onto the reef. Score is 73-43 with 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Valor still going on their way and scoring more points. Photon grabbing another coral from the coral station. Jersey Voltage camping that coral station on the left side, while 54-27 ignores them and picks up a coral anyways. Rebellion picking up that algae, looks like. Never mind, they're going to go and grab that coral. 5908 is scoring another coral. Rebellion also scoring. Looks like 5908 got caught on that algae. Will a teammate come and help them? We'll see later. Jersey Voltage looks like they're dead on the field as well, so it's a 1v3 basically as we get into 38 seconds left. Red Alliance quickly filling up their reef. Looks like they only need 2 more coral on the 4th level. Red Alliance has only 1 out of 3 reef requirement levels filled in order to try and get that reef RP. 5908 looks like they got free from that algae, most likely from their partner Rebellion. 45-87 still dead on the Red Alliance field. Valor climbing up onto their cage with 8 seconds left on the clock, while the other Red Alliance partners also climb. We would see Rebellion and 5908 getting ready to be on their barge zone. And that's the end. Scores are being posted on the board right now. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory with a score of 150 to 83. Red Alliance is going to take it away with all 6 ranking points. Meanwhile, Blue won't have any that will affect their rankings. However, we are still early in the qualification, so things can change.
All right, I think we're ready to meet the qualification 12 teams. Over here on the red side, we start with 5503.
From Smithville, it's Tigertrons.
And then we've got 9418.
From Spring, it's Pasta Bots.
And with them rounding out this alliance is 323.
From Mountain Home, Arkansas, it's Lights Out.
All right, on the blue alliance, give it up for 3847.
From Houston, it's Spectra.
And with them today is 324.
From Friendswood, it's Chips.
And alongside them, just from their same district, we've got 10118.
From Houston, it's the Big Ten.
All right, we have a thumbs up. Qualification match 12. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
Diving into the 12th qualification round, we see all teams moving around. Spectrum scoring one with Chips and the Big Ten dumping one off. On the Red Alliance, we see 9418 scoring an empty coral onto the reef. 5503 Sin still saving their energy for the rest of the teleop period. Now moving into the teleoperated period, we see all teams still moving around. Chips is scoring onto that level 1 trough. We see Pasta Bots about to score a coral while knocking a algae off to make space for later. Lights Out is also going to grab that algae from that reef, it looks like, and will score that coral in a second. The Big Ten is focusing on trying to gather their energy. Spectrum still continuing to score on that 4th level reef. Chips trying to pick up that coral from the ground. 5503 hanging out in the barge zone, getting ready for the end game maybe. Or are they going to come back in and help out? Lights Out scoring that coral. 9418 going to grab that algae from the reef and probably score it in a little bit. We got 324 lining up their coral onto the 4th level reef. Lights Out lining up for that coral, and 9418 just getting done and going back to the coral station. Spectrum lining up to score that coral probably in a second. Same thing with the Big Ten, the Everybot lining up. Both teams still continuing to play offense and gather more points for their teams. It is a score of 61 to 53 with a minute left on the clock. Still a pretty close score. Could swing in either direction, especially depending on how this end game goes. Spectrum completing that level 4 almost with 3 more reefs still needing to be done. Lights Out just landing that coral onto the 4th level reef. No defense being played while they all focus onto the offense, gathering points. Big Ten about to score a reef onto their 4th level at the same time as Chips, most likely. Pasta Bots getting ready for the end game. Looks like they are deploying their climb mechanism. Lights Out still scoring points for them while Pasta Bots is continuing to play that end game. We're now officially into the end game here with Big Ten and Spectrum lining up to climb along with Lights Out and Pasta Bots. teams are starting to slowly climb with Spectrum lifting off, as well as Big Ten as well, with two bots in the Blue Alliance climbing and Lights Out climbing. And that's the end. Scores are being posted up right now, with the Blue Alliance winning this match with a score of 106 to 90, relatively close. We'll look at how many ranking points they got. Blue Alliance taking it away with 5 ranking points, 1 for the auto, 1 for the barge, and 3 for the win. 324 is going to stay at the 12th rank, while the other teams are going to move up and down just slightly as we're getting ready for the 13th qualification.
And let's kick off qualification match number 13 right here for TRI. Let's start off with the Red Alliance in this very first spot. Let me hear some noise for team 4336.
From Lafayette, Louisiana, it's Ramageddon Robotics.
And joining them on this match, make sure to make it loud for team 8370.
From Katy, it's Glow with the Flow.
And this last spot goes to team 62 what?
Also from Katy, it's Kryptonite.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field to start off by introducing team 10385.
From McAllen, it's Psycho Breakers.
And they're ready to spring into action. Let's hear it for team 6357.
From Dripping Springs, it's the Spring Constant.
And they're bringing Crash out on the field, but they are not crashing out here today. Make it loud for team 1477.
From Conroe, it's Texas Torque.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Getting into lucky number 13 qualification, we're getting right into the autonomous period. Blue Alliance with 2 coral already being scored. Kryptonite scoring an algae in the autonomous period. Texas Torque scoring another coral. 10-3-85 is going to take a break during this autonomous period. 43-36 knocking down all of their coral and algae on their side to quickly get to their coral station. 10-3-85 cycle breakers running around and grabbing a coral. 63-57 grabbing that algae and most likely going to the barge to score. 43-36 is now going to visit the Blue Alliance to go and play some defense against Texas Torque. Texas Torque managed to getting around them. 83-70 hanging out at the coral station to pick up some more coral. Kryptonite doing their thing, dropping some more algae into the barge. 63-57 shooting it into the barge. We see Ramageddon still playing some defense, just as their namesake ramming into the other team. 83-70 still scoring more coral. 62-4 switching to the coral onto the reef. Ramageddon trapping 10-3-85 and 14-77. 10-3-85 managed to slipping away. Score is 62-74. Pretty close as we are 1 minute and 12 seconds into, or 1 minute and 10 seconds left into the match. Ramageddon still playing defense. 83-70 dropping off that coral at level 3. Cycle Breaker's about to score a coral onto level 3 as well. Blue Alliance has 2 out of 3 reef levels completed needed for that coral reef RP, while Red has 1 level completed. Just a reminder that you need 6 coral on each level in order for that to count for the RP. Texas Torque shooting that algae in and bouncing right out onto the Red Alliance. 14-77 switching onto the coral. Ramageddon still playing defense against Cycle Breakers. The Spring Constant still scoring more coral. 6-24 getting ready to climb for the end game that's going to happen in 3 seconds. Ramageddon still ramming into the Spring Constant. 83-70 dropping off a coral, but it bouncing right out of the reef. We are now in the end game, and we'll see which teams will climb. Ramageddon heading back to start climbing, maybe. The Spring Constant lining up on that cage. We'll see if they climb. We have 4 seconds remaining. We'll see if anybody climbs, but we still see teams parking. That is the end. We have scores coming up for the 13th qualification round. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory here with scores heading into 137-87. Right now we have 5 RP going to the Blue Alliance with 1 RP going to the Red. Texas Torque going down a few spots, but that's because the top teams are very competitive for that ranking points. Every ranking point counts for those top teams. However, there are still plenty more matches to go.
And we're underway for qualification match number 14 right here. Let's start off by meeting the teams. We give it up for the modified shirts of Team 9986.
From Austin, Texas, it's Valor.
And joining them on this match, let's hear some noise for Team 5829.
From Houston, it's Audiobots.
And taking this last spot, making loud, looking great in red, it is Team 5070.
Also from Houston, it's Gearnautics.
And we move on over to the blue side of the field where we're going to meet up with Team 4192.
From Flower Mound, it's Jaguar Robotics.
And they're also ready to take on everything on this field, making it loud for Team 2882.
From Katy, it's Nuts and Bolts.
And they're gonna take this match home with their horses, Purple and Haze, making it loud for Team 418.
From Austin, it's Purple Haze.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Jumping into the autonomous period, we see almost all teams moving off. One Coral squad on the Red Alliance, one dropped off on the Blue Alliance level 1's Troth. Valor's B team scoring 3 Coral by itself into the autonomous period. 418 stopping just before the reef, before the autonomous period ended. We are now jumping into the teleopera period where all teams are now driving their robots via human controls. Valor's B team picking up the Algae, most likely going over to drop it off at the barge. 418 trying to score that coral. 4192 raiding at the human coral station to pick up more coral. No teams are playing defense at this moment, but we see 5070 hanging out on the Red Alliance, looking like they're going to pick up a coral off of the ground. Valor still dropping coral off faster and faster. Purple Haze still dropping coral off from the human station over to the Blue Alliance reef, and Algae falling off of the Red Alliance reef. We'll see if that gets scored later. 4192 hanging out near the barge zone. Looks like they're going to get ready for the end game. Valor's B team dropping a barge off. Meanwhile, Jaguar Robotics quickly scurrying over to the Red Alliance field to go and play some defense. Nuts and Bolts still quickly scoring onto the Blue Alliance reef. 4192 driving around the Red Alliance reef looking for somebody to antagonize. 5070 still doing its thing, getting attacked by Jaguar Robotics. 5829 grabbing another coral from the coral station. Looks like Gear Nautics may be almost stuck on that algae, but freed itself. 418 still grabbing out coral from the coral station. The Blue Alliance reef quickly filling up by 418. Red Alliance with a score of 111 at 28 seconds. We'll see how much more they can score. Looks like 5829 is lining up for the end game. Same with Team 4192 and 418. 5070 dropping off an algae at the processor. Well, never mind. That slipped right back out. Valor's B team climbing. Same thing with 5829. Jaguar Robotics also almost climbing, it looks like. 5070 going to stay part near the processor. We have 1 second remaining, and that's time. Score is coming up for qualification 14 in just a moment. It is a Red Alliance victory with a score of 151 to 36. Red Alliance is going to pick up 5 ranking points, while Blue Alliance will still pick up a ranking point from their autonomous.
And qualification match number 15 underway for us to meet the teams that will be joining us back on the field for one more match. I want to let you guys know that this team is going to go golfing today after this. They're ready and they've got their gear on from right now because they want everyone here to know that they're about to go on a golf trip afterwards. Please make it loud and wish some luck for Team 118.
From Houston, it's the Robonauts.
And joining them on this match, let's hear some noise for Team 5431.
From Plano, it's Titan Robotics.
And this last spot, once again, wishing a happy 18th birthday to one of their team members. Make it loud for Team 6377.
From Austin, it's Howdy Bots.
And we jump on over to the blue side of the field where we are first meeting up with an incomparable team, 5414.
From Pearland, it's Paradox.
And they're going to spring right back into action. Let's hear it for Team 2718.
From Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, it's Team OKC Opossums.
And this very last spot on the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for Team 9140.
From Austin, it's the Robobots.
Drivers behind the line. Let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Back into the autonomous period, we see 118 knocking that algae off, 5414 and Team OKC dropping off coral alongside 9140. Blue Alliance with 4 corals scored, Red Alliance with 2. Will Paradox get that third one in? Not quite, but almost. Getting into the teleop period with a score of 37-26. We see Blue Alliance starting off with a bit of a lead. 118 will try to catch up, dropping off coral, dropping off algae. We see Paradox grabbing that algae from the reef in a second. Team 5431 lining up with that coral it has in its arm. Paradox yeeting that algae into the air and dropping it. Robobots are going to grab that algae from that reef. Never mind. We see 118 trying to help their friend out, 5431, and grabbing that coral at the same time. We see Howdy Bots. They're going to go into the Blue Alliance and try to place up defense. Paradox still scoring some algae. Team OKC picking up some coral. Well, Howdy Bots is going to antagonize the Robobots. 5431 about to score a coral onto the level 4. We see both alliances have 1 out of 3 levels on the reef filled out. We'll see which team gets to that 3 out of 3 first if they do. We see Paradox scoring another algae, but it bounces out and goes over to the Red Alliance. 5431 going to score another coral, potentially on that reef. 9140 trying to ignore Howdy Bots while it's just trying to pick up some coral from the coral station. 118 continuing to fill in that coral. Blue Alliance are at 2 out of 3 levels fulfilled, while Red still has 1 out of 3. Now it's at 2 out of 3 for both alliances. We'll see if they'll gather that reef ranking point for their alliances. Team OKC lining up to drop off that coral it has onto the level 3. 118 quickly dropping it off. 2718. Looks like they're going to get lined up for endgame. That will happen in about 13 seconds. Scores are 115-87. Looks like Red Alliance has caught up and surpassed Blue Alliance at this certain moment. 5414 grabbing that algae and throwing it out of the way. Howdy Bot still playing defense against 9140. We're heading into the end game here. 2718 looks like they've climbed. We'll see who else will climb. Howdy Bot's retreating to go help climb. 118 also lifting off. We have 5 seconds remaining. It looks like 5414 and the Robobots are still going to keep gathering points as this match ends. We now have scores coming up in just a moment. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory, with the score being 150-114, both over 100 points. We see Red taking it away with all 6 ranking points, while Blue will still gather 2 ranking points, 1 for the Reef, 1 for the Auto.
while red will gather all 6.
All right, here we are in qual 16 already. Starting off, the Red Alliance is 9991.
From Austin, Texas, that is Lady Cans.
And then give it up for 2848.
From Dallas, Texas, that is Rangers.
Rounding out the Red Alliance is 9994.
From Pearland, Texas, that is Paradox.
Quack, quack. All right, over here, we have the Blue Alliance starting with 10,014.
From Prosper, Texas, that is Rebellion.
Woo. And then in the middle here, we have very shiny dinosaur, 2587.
From Houston, Texas, that is Disco Bots.
Sorry, left-handed. All right. And then finally, we have 6800.
Also from Austin, Texas, that is Valor.
All right, drivers behind the line. We are starting qual 16 in 3, 2, 1, drive.
All right, as we start here, Rebellion tries to go for L4. They get it down. Same with Valor. Looks like Rebellion and Valor coordinating here on their scoring Rebellion now going for a second one. Valor misses their piece and loading. Looks like they're not going to go for a third one. That's going to be it for our autonomous period. While on the red side, we got 2 L4s and 1 in the trough. We got 9991. That is Lady Kansas Kitbot. They are going to move across the field with their swerve drive and now going to start going at that trough in order to rack up those points for that Red Alliance. Now we have on the other side Rangers. They try and score into the net, but it looks like they overshoot it and it doesn't go in. Now they're going to grab another algae, try again. They go up, let's see if they get up, and they miss again. Maybe third time's the charm. Let's see if they can get it. While on the blue line side, we have Valor. They are scoring really consistently on that reef. Looks like they're just focusing on coral right now, not focusing on any type of algae. We have Valor still finishing up one side of the reef. They got one side done. They're now going to look for another. Valor now looking to do a piece of algae. They're grabbing it from the reef. Looks like they just flick it out. Looks like they're not going to worry about putting it into the net. We got a minute left in this match. Looks like Valor, the Red Alliance, has 1 out of 3 levels completed for that ranking point, while Blue Alliance has 2 out of 3. Looks like Valor's going to finish up those couple of pieces, and Blue Alliance should get the coral ranking point soon. Let's see if they get it. They get it. So that means Blue Alliance is going to come home with that coral ranking point. Now Valor is going to go up and try and score L4. They're able to get it down. While 9994 looks like they're trying to score L4, but looks like they just missed. Valor not going up into the net. 2848 does the same. 2848 is able to score a couple in the net, but not as much as Valor. Valor is going at it. They are working really hard on that net, making sure it's filled with as much algae as possible. While we have our 20 seconds of our match remaining, Rebellion's going to go for a climb. Looks like they're hooked on and they're going up. Valor's not going up. Valor is good. Rebellion's good. Oh, it looks like Rebellion just fell back down. Let's see if they're able to get themselves back up. We got 2 seconds left. Rebellion goes up, and that's going to be it for this match. All right, and we have our scores ready. So the winner of this match is going to be the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance coming away with a score of 148 to Red of 84. Blue Alliance is coming away with 6 RPs, and Red Alliance is coming away with 1. So that means Valor's going to stay in that 3rd rank. Valor looking to overtake 118 and 8044 to make sure they are the 1st seed here at Tier I.
All right, thanks to these amazing volunteers, we are on Qual 17. And your Red Alliance begins with 2881.
That is Lady Cans from Austin, Texas.
Then they will be playing alongside 3847.
It's Spectrum from Houston, Texas.
And finishing this powerhouse alliance is 5892.
Energy Heroes from Houston, Texas.
Over here on blue, we have 8044.
From Denham Springs, Louisiana, it's Denim Venom.
And alongside them, 8515.
From Houston, Texas, it's Photon.
And another powerhouse alliance here, ending with 324.
From Friendswood, Texas, it's Chips.
We're ready to start. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, dive.
All right, we're starting here. Qualification match 17. We got 8044. They're running their free piece that they've been hitting all day. They're going for number 2. Now they're going to go for number 3. We have free 2-4 chips. They run their center L4. Looks like they're not going to put any algae into that processor. That's going to be it for autonomous. Looks like we got 2 L4s up in red. So blue's going to come out with a slight lead here. 8044 immediately going for a algae. Now putting that up into the net. 8044 looking to clear that algae in order to get more pieces out into the reef. Now we have Energy Heroes. They have those mean looking googly eyes on their robot. They're going to use it to score a lot of coral onto the reef. 2881 and 3847 follows them too. While on the other side, 8044 continues to intake some coral and puts them up onto L4. Looks like Chips is going to do the same. We got a minute 30 left. 8044 is going to score again. 2881 scores, 5892 scores, and Spectrum scores. Looks like Spectrum did get stuck a bit, so it didn't get score. They're going to try again. Let's see if they can get it this time. Looks like they're still lining up. Looks like they miss again. Maybe third time's the charm. While on the other side, looks like Chips' end effector snapped off. That doesn't look good for them. They're going to need to go back to the pits and fix that. While we have 8515 Photon. They're going to score, try and score on L4, but it looks like they missed. Now we have 5892. They're going to play some defense against Photon because it looks like they have a piece stuck in their end effector. Photon trying to score. Onto L4, they get it on Denim Venom doing the same. Looks like Red has a slight lead here with 40 seconds left in this match. 2881 scores on L3. Looks like Red Alliance is trying to fire on all cylinders to beat out the Archimedes Division winners of Denim Venom. Looks like 2881 now going for a climb. Looks like they're using their intake to get that cage in there. Let's see if they get it off. Spectrum looking to maybe climb as well. Same with 5892. Let's see if they get it off. 2881 looks like they're almost up. They're up. Now Spectrum's trying to go up. Let's see if they can go up. 5892 now trying to clamp on and go on. We have 3 seconds left. 5892 is up. We got a triple climb from the Red Alliance. It looks like 8044 is the only one that is up for that Blue Alliance. All right, we have scores ready. We're going to pick them up on the screen. And the winner of that match is going to be the Red Alliance. Score of 150 to 132. Red Alliance is going to take home 5 RPs, but Blue Alliance is coming home with 3. So that means that Denim Venom is going to move down to 5th. So not a big hit in their standings because they got free RPs there, saving a bit of mitigating a bit of the damage that has been done from this match.
All right, we're here in Qual 18. Let's meet our Red Alliance, starting off with 54-27.
From Katy, Texas, that is Steel Talons.
And then over here we've got 76-91. Who's going to drive? Steven.
From Tomball, Texas, that is TSA All-Stars.
And then we've got with them the, well, I shouldn't say that, 94-18.
From Spring, Texas, that is Pasta Bots.
Pasta Bots. All right. Can you hold this for me? Thank you. Over here on blue, we've starting off with 45-87.
From Jersey Village, Texas, that is Jersey Voltage.
Alongside them, we've got 83-70.
From Katy, Texas, that is Glow with the Flow.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance is 74-92.
From the Woodlands, it's Calf Bots.
All right, drivers behind the line. We're starting qual 18 in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Now we are in to our next match. We got Cowboys. They score on L2. They're going to load to the human player station. Looks like they're going to try and get a game piece. Looks like it's not going to get it fully. And on the other side, we got 54-27. They score and L4 up and autonomous. We're going to go into driver control period right now. 54-27. They are Steel Talents. They're going to try and grab an algae and get it up into the net. While on the other side, we got 45-87. Jersey Voltage. They just scored an L4. Now they're coming back to the human player station to load a coral inside there. Wow, now we have Cowbots. They're waiting for Glow with the Flow. Glow with the Flow now has a coral, and they're going to try and put it up into the reef. Wow, now Steel Talents, they just shot an algae, but it looks like it just barely missed. Cowbots now looking to score another L2. Looks like their specialty in this game right now is L2s. We have 83-70. 83-70 is now going to score one onto L4. Cowbots doing what they're good at, L2s, and they're going to keep on doing that here in this match. Steel Talents now got another piece of algae, is now going to push it up into that net. While we have 76-91 with their floor intake, they're going to try and intake a piece of coral and get that into their robot so they can score an L4. While on the other side, we have the last robot, 94-18 Pasta Bots. They're going to continue to score on L4, 54-27. Now lining up to an L4. Looks like they're going to get it. They spit and they score. While on the blue line side, Jersey Voltage just scored one. Now we have Cowbots. Looks like they go and park with 35 seconds left here in this match. We have 76-91. They get a coral up onto their end effector. Now they're going to look to dunk it down onto the reef. Let's see if they can get it. They're slowly realigning. They get it down. We got 20 seconds left because of our sonar. Looks like we have Pasta Bots going up to trying to climb. Jersey Voltage is trying to climb. Same with Glow with the Flow. Glow with the Flow looks ready. Steel Talents. You see the backside of their robot to climb. Looks like they're clamped on. They're coming up. Looks like Steel Talents is up. Pasta Bots are up. And it looks like Jersey Voltage is up for that Blue Alliance, and that's going to be the end of our match. All right, we got scores ready. They're coming up on the screen. We're waiting for those fishes. It's going to be the Red Alliance. So the Red Alliance is going to take it away with a score of 99 to Blue 69. Red Alliance coming away with 5 RPs, and Blue Alliance is coming away with 2. Looking from the Red Alliance, all 3 robots move up. 54-27, moving up to the 15th seed. And it looks like that's going to be it for this match. And now we're on to qualification match 19.
And qualification match number 19, we're underway to meet the teams for this particular match. Let's start off with our Red Alliance. Let's make it loud for the very first spot, which is team 3005.
From Dallas, Texas, and their robot relay, it is RoboChargers.
And we're joining them looking bright and orange. Make it loud for team 4639.
From Katy, Texas, and their robot Heart of the Sea, it's RoboSpartans.
And bringing back black and yellow, let's hear it for team 5908.
From Stafford, Texas, with their robot Giraffe, it's Spartan Robotics.
And we jump on over to the blue side of the field where we are firstly meeting up team 5829.
From Houston, Texas, and their robot Wave Rider, it's Audibots.
And making the blue lines look a lot more purple, give it up for team 418.
From Austin, Texas, and their robot Anglerfish, it's Purple Haze.
And this team is 6-2 what? 624.
From Katy, Texas, and their robot Calypso, it's Kryptonite.
Drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Now we're going into qualification match 19. We got a triple score from that blue line, so Free L4 is already up. Now Kryptonite's going for number 5, and Purple Haze is going for number 6. Kryptonite now for number 6. Looks like L4's already done 4. That blue light's in auto for that Coral RP. All they have to do is just get 6 Coral on 2 more levels, and the blue lights will get that Coral RP. 6-4 now going into the net. They're bringing their elevator up. They're slowly going, and they get it down. Wow, we got 3005. They also have an algae in their end effector. They're going up, but it looks like that algae doesn't hold, and it's going to fall out. Now we got 6-4. They hit the net as they're going up, so that's going to be a foul for them. 58-29 Audibots. They're going to score onto L3. Looks like there's Coral is slowly coming out of their end effector. It goes in. Looks like they need 3 on L3 and 4 on L2 in order to get that Coral ranking point for the Blue Alliance. 3005 scores a third piece up into their robot. Now, or into the reef. Now they're going to go for number 4. They're slowly coming up. Let's see if they can get it on. 3005 slowly inching forward before they get it go and score. They get it down. 418, that is Purple Haze. They're gonna try and score another L4. They're gonna score L2, and we're so close to Blue Lions getting that ranking point. They have 2 out of 3. They just need a few more Coral, and they just got that Coral ranking point. So Blue Lions will be coming away with an extra ranking point here. Kryptonite trying to score a Coral onto L2. Well, it looks like they just barely missed. We have 40 seconds left. It looks like Audibots is already going to climb, trying to also secure that barge ranking point. Because all you really need there is 1 deep climb and a parked robot. So if Audi can get up super early, and then Kryptonite, all they have to do is park. But it looks like Kryptonite's going to go and climb. Kryptonite slowly managing that cage, making sure it's in their climber. Kryptonite now going up. Looks like Kryptonite is up. 3005 looks like has a couple of algae in their way from the cage. We got 5 seconds left. Let's see if 3005 can get up and climb. We got 2 seconds, and that's going to be it for this match. Looks like Audibots is up and Kryptonite might be up. We'll see what the refs say there, and that'll be it for this match. All right, scores are ready to go up. And the winner of that match is going to be the Blue Alliance. So that means with a score of 145 to Reds 80, Blue Alliance is going to come away with 6 ranking points. That means Audiobots is going to move up to 5th, Kryptonite's going to move up to 28, and Purple Light's going to move up to 15th. But Red Alliance isn't going to go away with nothing. They come away with 1 ranking point. So that's still going to help them in the rankings here.
Underway for qualification match number 20 right here on TRI. Let's start off by meeting the teams on our Red Alliance's very first spot. Goes to team 1477.
From Conroe ISD, that is Texas Torque.
And joining them, it's the Big Ten. It is team 10118.
From Clear Creek Independent School District, that is Big Ten.
And this last one on the Blue Lions goes to the incredible 5503.
From Smithville High School, it's Tigertrons.
And we jump over to the blue side of the field where we were first meeting up team 2882.
From Morton Ranch High School, it's Nuts and Bolts.
And right beside them with the coolest outfits on the entire event, let's give it up for team 4336.
From Lafayette, Louisiana, it's Ramageddon Robotics.
And taking this last spot, let's hear for team 9986.
From Austin, Texas, it's Valor.
Drivers behind the line, let's start this match up in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
We are starting here, qualification match 20. Big Ten tries to score onto L4, but it looks like they just barely missed. They're now going to go again. They get that L4. Second one, they're going to go for number 3. Looks like it misses again. They're going to go for a 4-piece, and that's going to end their autonomous here. On the other side, right, 9986 scores 3 L4s. Now they're going to go for a 4th one in here in driver control. Looks like they just missed. Ramageddon. Looks like they're pivoting to the other side of the field to get fed by their human player. 9986 looks like it's missing their piece. They're going to try again. Big Ten is going to try and take some pieces and get them up onto their reef. Wow, Torque is going to score an L4. And Big Ten is going to score an L4. Now I'm going to go back to the human player station, pick up a game piece and score onto the reef. They get an L4 off. 9986, they score a piece into the net. Wow, Ramageddon, they score an L4. Ramageddon loading another piece into their robot, ready to score again. Texas Torque shoots a algae up into the net. 118 scores another L4. Now they're grabbing an algae to put it in the net. 9986 puts a core on L4. 118 finishes that net score. Now they're going to go for a second net score. We got a minute left in this match. 110, 118. That is Big Ten. Big Ten scores another net algae. 9986 scores on the backside of the reef. Wow, now we have 50 seconds left. 1477 Texas Torque. They score an L2. 10-118 has an algae in their robot. Now they're going to score an L3. We got 30 seconds left. 10-118 has another coral. They're ready to go again. They get it on. 1477 has a algae in their robot. They're gonna now try and shoot. 5503 looks like is hitting a sort of shaking motion. Maybe trying to climb, but they're just hitting a little jig right now. 9986 looks like it's up and climbed. 10-118 is up. And Texas Torque looks like it's trying to climb. We got 5 seconds left. Texas Torque looks like they're not going to climb. And that's going to be it for this match. And the scores are ready to be sent up. The winner of this match will be the Red Alliance. So the Red Alliance with a score of 121 to 109. Red Alliance gets 5 RP. Big Ted moving up to the 20th. And 5503 moving up to 35, while Texas Torque is staying in that 4th seed.
We're ready to meet up the teams for our next match. Let's start off by making it loud for Team 10385.
With their bot Endeavor, it's Psycho Breakers.
And working alongside them on this match, let's hear for Team 4192.
With their robot Ralph, it's Jaguar Robotics.
And this next team has one question. What time is it? It's 2582.
With their bot Nessie, it's Panther Bots.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field on this first spot. Let's hear it for the team with Slinky 6357.
With their robot Sharkbait, it's the Spring Constant.
And joining them on this match, let's hear it for Team 5070.
With their bot Pop Trunk, it's Gearnautics.
And taking up this last spot, let's make it loud for Team 323.
With their robot Blackout, it's Lights Out.
No. Drivers behind the line. We're starting this match up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
What's 9 plus 10? It's round 21 of qualifications. We're heading quickly to the autonomous period. Red Alliance with 1 coral on their reef, 63-57 dropping that coral. Panther Bots continuing to score with 2 coral at the end of autonomous. Lights Out picking up that coral and that algae at the same time, dropping off the coral and most likely dropping off that algae next, right out of the field. We see 2582 dropping off another coral at level 4, 10385 almost scoring that coral. We see 5070 driving around and most likely going to pick up our coral next. 10385 score that coral onto the level 4 reef, while 4992 is going to pick up another coral from the human station. The Spring Constant dropping that algae into the barge and then going over to pick up another coral from the coral station. 4192 also picking up a coral, but also dropping it at the same time. Lights Out about to score that coral onto level 4 at the same time as the Spring Constant. Panther Bots almost tipping over, but they saved themselves. 5070 with the algae in tow, while Lights Out dropped off that algae into that barge. 6357 with that coral in its bot. Cycle Breakers about to score at the same time as the Panther Bots. Spring Constant picking up another coral. 5070 with an algae still in its tow. Lights Out dropping 1 coral at the same time as the Spring Constant. 4192 waiting for Cycle Breakers to move so they can try and grab that coral. Cycle Breakers about to score another coral onto that level 4. So far, both alliances have 1 out of the 3 levels filled out for their reef. It's a close score of 60-67 with 36 seconds remaining. Anything can still happen in these last moments. Spring Constant picking up another coral, pushing 5070 out of the way so that they can score quickly. Panther Bots getting ready to climb in the last 20 seconds of the game. Spring Constant and 5070 getting ready to also climb potentially. We see 4192 driving close. 2582 is climbed up. Spring Constant has also climbed. We'll see which other teams will climb in these last 3 seconds. Looks like all teams are getting parked at least. 323 has lifted off, and that's the match. F score is coming up for qualification 21. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 116-87. Blue Alliance is going to go off with 4 ranking points, while Red is still able to obtain 2 ranking points from that autonomous and barge ranking point. Spring Constant still going to remain at 7th heading into the next qual.
Okay, guys, let's meet our Red Alliance. Over here we have 3847.
That's Spectrum.
And playing with Spectrum is 10,014.
Rebellion.
And alongside them is 8,044.
Denim Venom.
Would you mind taking this? Thank you. All right, here on the Blue Alliance, let's give it up for 9140.
That's the Robobots.
And ready to play is 9991.
Cookie Monster.
And on this alliance is also Chips 324. Sorry, I do that.
Chips.
I get that wrong all the time. When their name is right in front of me, I have a hard time not saying it out loud.
It's fine. So we weren't even talking about starting the match. We were talking about getting ice cream, and then you were like, "Ah, you guys."
Yeah. All right, we're ready to go. Drivers behind the line. We're starting in 3, 2, no. Sorry about that. We have a fixie problem. They're all fixing it. While the teams may be ready, the field is not. All right, this is the real one now. Any objections? No? All right, then we'll get going in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Popping off into the 20-second qualification. All teams are quickly moving to drop off their coral. Algae gets flinged off of the Red Alliance reef. We see Chips grabbing that algae and heading over to the processor to see if they can score. Almost. Cookie Monster parked next to the reef as well. 8044 quickly heading over to the coral station to grab some coral. Rebellion throwing that algae right back to the Blue Alliance. Chips is going to grab that coral that's rolling straight towards them while Cookie is heading over to see if they can also grab some coral. Spectrum about to land that coral onto the 4th level reef right there. We also see Denim also doing the same thing, about to put that coral onto the 4th level reef. We see 9140 scurrying around with that coral. They're also going to plant it quickly onto that 4th level reef. 8044 about to drop the algae into the barge as well. Chips and Cookies working together to grab some of that coral and dropping it off onto that Blue Alliance reef. We have a score of 109 to 78 so far, with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Plenty of time to get some high-level scores from both of these alliances. Chips throws that algae off the reef. We see Rebellion with that coral about to land it onto the 3rd level reef, I believe. We see Spectrum quickly moving with that coral, about to score it onto that 3rd level reef as well. Both alliances with 2 out of 3 reef levels completed. They only need 1 more each to both get that coral ranking point. Now they both got 3 out of 3 levels fulfilled, both going to get that coral ranking point at the end of this match. But there's still plenty of time for more points to be gathered from both alliances. Spectrum and Rebellion quickly grabbing coral to drop it off onto their respective reefs. We also have Denim Venom on algae duty, cleaning it up and throwing it into the barge. Robobots almost scoring that coral, but dropping it onto the ground. Chips not dropping it, however, and placing it onto that 2nd level reef. We have 20 seconds remaining as we're entering into the end game. Spectrum quickly lining up and getting ready to climb, as well as Chips at the same time. We'll see how many climbs we can get with all 6 of these teams working together. Cookie Monster parking into the blue zone barge. Rebellion lifting off, as well as Denim Venom Spectrum almost getting off to the ground. We'll see if they can make it with 1 second remaining, and that's the end. We have scores coming up from qualification 22. It is going to be a Red Alliance victory with scores of 217 and 145, both incredibly high scores. Red will be taking the win, however, with all 6 ranking points. However, Blue Alliance was still able to get 3 ranking points from the auto, the barge, and the reef. Congratulations to both alliances for that well-played match.
All right, let's meet the members of the Red Alliance for qualification 22. Is it 22? I think so. 23. All right, we're going to start with 5892.
That's Energy Heroes.
Playing with Energy Heroes is 5427.
That's Steel Talons.
And alongside the Steel Talons is 2587.
That's Disco Bots.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we're going to start with 6377.
That's Howdy Bots.
And alongside them is 9418.
That's Pasta Bots.
And last but not least is 8370.
Glow with the flow.
We're ready to go for Qual 20. We're not. All right, for real this time. Drivers behind the lines. Qual 23 starts in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Entering the autonomous period, we see almost all robots moving around. One coral scored on the trough of the Blue Alliance. Two coral scored on the level 4 of the Red Alliance. Three, now almost 4 on the Red Alliance. That's the end of the autonomous period with the score of 33 to 12 starting off the operation period. We have coral being thrown all over the floor, but that's fine. We have 63-77 with the coral about to score into that trough, while its partners 83-70 and 94-18 are also trying to score onto that reef. Energy Heroes picking that coral from the coral station. Algae is being thrown out of the Red Alliance reef onto the ground, probably to make room for more coral to be placed into the Red Alliance reef. Hardy Bout still continuing to put in coral into the trough. Our 83-70 zooms around Hardy Bots to make sure they can score into that level 4 reef. Steel Talons with that algae throwing it into the barge while Energy Heroes continues to pick up coral from the coral station. We see 63-77 still doing their thing, scoring coral into the trough, while 94-18 is waiting for its turn to score into the Red Alliance reef. 58-92 throwing that coral into the trough, still doing its thing of picking up coral from the coral station. Pasta Bots grabbing coral off the ground while Steel Talons misses with that algae throw. We have 1 minute remaining on the clock with a score of 81 to 58 as of this moment. Still a pretty close match with plenty of things that can happen to change that score. We have Energy Heroes still catching up with that coral about to place it into the Red Alliance reef. Blue Alliance trough is getting filled up with coral all over it. Every little coral counts, especially in a match as close as this. We have 35 seconds remaining. All teams still trying to score coral onto the reef. 83-70 trying to grab that algae from the reef and probably try to put it into the barge if he can grab it off the reef. Energy Heroes about to score a coral into the level 4. It does so successfully. We see 25-87 Disco Bots about to score that algae into the processor as we enter the end game. We have 10 seconds remaining with 54-27 and Energy Heroes trying to get ready to climb. We see Glow with the Flow, Howdy Bots, and Pasta Bots all parked in the blue zone. We see Energy Heroes and Steel Talons have climbed up, and that's the end. We have scores coming up for qualification number 23. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory here with a score of 156 to 78. Red Alliance going to come away with 5 ranking points, while Blue Alliance is still going to obtain that 1 ranking point from the autonomous period.
All right, we're going to meet the teams for qualification match 24. First over here on the red side is 6,800.
That's Valor.
And alongside them is playing 4587.
Jersey Voltage.
And third on the Red Alliance is 5829.
Audibots.
All right, let's hear it for the first team on the Blue Alliance, 7492.
That's Cavbots.
And playing over here also is 624.
Kryptonite.
Last but not least is 118.
The Robonauts.
All right, here comes qualification match 24 in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We're jumping into the autonomous period here. We have the #1 ranked team and ranked 2 team facing each other off into this qualification. Both state champions. We'll see what the result of this match looks like at the end of this qualification. That's the end of the autonomous period. Blue Alliance with 5 coral and Red Alliance with 4 coral. We are heading off with a score of 52 to 42 at the end of the autonomous period. 118 quickly putting in some algae into the barge. Same thing as 6800 Valor. Meanwhile, all their partners are still continuing to drop off coral onto the reef. 624 also quickly dropping off coral onto the level 4. 6800 continuing to jump off coral onto the level 4. 5829 is going to drop off an algae into their processor, while their partner 6800 continues to drop off algae into the barge. 5829 is going to continue dropping off coral onto that level 4. On the Blue Alliance side of the field, we have coral all over the floor for 118 to come clean up and place onto that reef. 624 doing the same as well, picking up coral from the ground and placing it onto the reef. So far, both Blue Alliance has 2 out of the 3 reef levels completed, while Red still has 1 out of the 3 levels completed. There's a lead of 141 to 117 with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Still, plenty of things can change for this score to flip. We see 118 continuing to try and score that coral onto the reef, while 6800 continues to go back and forth from that coral station to the reef. 118 is still grabbing algae and throwing it into their barge, while 4587 is still hanging out at their coral station, waiting for a coral to be dropped into its intake. 5829 is knocking over corals and algae in order to also grab some coral. 40 seconds remaining with a score of 181 to 148. Pretty high scores, and we'll still have plenty of time for more points to be gathered. More algae is being dropped off into the barge by 6800 Valor. 624 dropping that coral. However, it's still landing into that level 1 trough, so they're still able to grab some extra points from that. 4587 is getting lined up for their cage with the end game. Same thing with 624, 118, and 6800. 7492 and 5829 are still going to go and score some more coral. We have 7 seconds remaining. 624 and 118 looks like they're about to lift off. 6800, 4587 looks like they're also off the ground as well. And that's the end. We have qualification scores up for that round. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 216 to 183. Both very high scores, almost a high score from the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance is going to get away with 6 ranking points, while Red Alliance will have 3 ranking points.
Continuing with our next match, let's start up by meeting the teams on this field. Starting off with the red side, it is give it up for team 9986.
Valor.
And joining them to make this the perfect match, it is team 9994.
Paradox.
And taking this last spot on the red lines, let's hear for team 418.
Purple Haze.
And we jump on over to the blue side of the field, and let's kick off by meeting team 2848.
Rangers.
And looking bright and teal, let's hear for team 2718.
Team OKC.
And taking this last spot on the blue alliance, but very much not least, let's hear for team 8515.
Photon.
Verse behind. Let's take a second. Let's gather our thoughts. And now we can get behind the line because we're starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're jumping into the autonomous period once again. Both teams scoring autonomously. Blue Alliance with 1 coral scored, Red Alliance with 2. Blue Alliance caught up with 2 coral. However, Red Alliance is quickly doubling their coral output. That's the end of the autonomous period with a score of 37 to 30 and red advantage. 28-48 grabbing their coral from the coral station. 99-94 also lining up their coral at the same time as Purple Haze. Valor's B team with another coral in its intake, getting ready to score as well. 27-18 Team OKC will also try to plan their coral into the coral reef, while 28-48 and Valor's B team have just scored their algae into the barges. Photon dislodging that algae out of the coral reef to make room for more coral. 28-48 with another algae bouncing right out and landing onto the Red Alliance. Photon still putting in coral onto that level 3 reef. So far, both alliances have 1 out of 3 coral reef levels scored in order to get that coral RP potentially. Scores is 69-59, still pretty close. Things can always be caught up for the Blue Alliance. 418 throwing that coral into the reef area. Paradox about to land that coral onto the level 4 of that area. Valor still picking up coral from the coral station and throwing it into the coral reef. 28-48 throwing another coral onto that level 3 as well. All 6 teams just focusing on gathering those points while Valor gets stuck onto an algae. We'll see if they can dislodge themselves or if they need a teammate to help bounce them out. Meanwhile, Photon is still scoring points. We see Paraland trying to push Valor out of that algae. They are free. Let's see if they can keep themselves free while Team OKC Possums will start to get lined up for that cage. We still got 30 seconds left until the end of the match. A score of 100-88. Still pretty close. Enough time for Blue once again to catch up. Photon will still continue to grab more coral from that coral station as we enter the end game. Right now we see OKC has already lifted off. Same thing with 99-86. Photon and Team OKC still scoring coral. Same thing with 418 and 99-98. 85-15 has parked themselves into the blue barge zone. 418 has parked themselves next to the reef, and that's the end. Scores are ready to be displayed. It's a close one, folks. It's going to be the Red Alliance with a score of 114 to 109, a score difference of 5 points. Red Alliance is going to get away with 5 ranking points, 3 for the win, 1 for the barge, and 1 for the auto, while Blue will still get 2 ranking points from their auto and reef.
Qualification match number 26 underway. Let's meet up really quickly with the teams right here on the field. Starting off the red side of the field, let's hear it up for team 5431.
With their robot Iris, it is Titan Robotics.
And joining them on this mission, let's hear it for team 2882.
From Katy, Texas, that's Nuts and Bolts.
And taking this last spot on the Red Alliance, let's hear it for 5503.
With their robot Tiger Shark, it's Tigertrons.
And we move on over to the blue side of the field, where we're going to start this off with team 6357.
One of the first Texas District Championship winners, it's Spring Constant.
And this team just has one question. What time is it?
The winners of the 5th San Antonio District event, it's Pantherbots.
And taking on this very last spot, let's hear it up for team 4639.
With their robot Heart of the Sea, it's Robo Spartans.
Drivers behind the line with Shark in hand. Let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
As we start this match, we have Spring Constant. Looks like they're having some issues with their autonomous period. Looks like they're going to hit that A-stop. Make sure they don't do anything bad here. Robo Spartans moves back to their climb area, crossing that line. And Pantherbots scores a coral up onto their reef, so that means they're going to get the auto RP bonus. On the Red Alliance side, there's no coral scored, so there's going to be no auto RP for that Red Alliance. Starting off now, we have Spring Constant. They try to score, looks like they miss. Robo Spartan also tries to score, and they miss as well. Spring Constant now shooting up into the net, and it's good. 25-82. They get a Coral up in their end effector, and they're going to line up and score. Same with Robo Spartans on the other side, 54-31, Titan Robotics. They are, looks like, having some issues with their robot. Never mind, there looks like they're ready to score. Let's see if they can get it up and on, and it's good. 28-82, nuts and bolts. They have a Coral in their robot. They're lining up slowly. Now they put it on. Now same with 55-0 free Tigertrons. They get an Elf-2 on. 28-82 puts another Coral in their robot, but it gets flagged for what I assume is double possession. 28-82 now gets another Coral in their robot. Looks like now 28-82 is going to continue to score, but it seems like every time they load their robot, they get a penalty. So if they continue to do this, that might lead to an overall disadvantage for the Red Alliance. 55-0 free, on the other hand, is going to try and score some more Coral onto the Reef. Blue Alliance is racking up those penalty points from the Red Alliance, so it's giving them a very healthy cushion of 50 points. But this match can go either way. 63-57, score just scored an L2. They're going for that Coral RP. So far, they need just a couple more Coral before they get the Coral RP bonus. We got 20 seconds left, so we're in our end game period. 25-82 decided to go ahead and climb early just to make sure they are latched onto that cage and up. 25-82, slowly but surely making sure they're in there. Now 25-82 is going up. 25-82 is up and climbed. 54-31 is trying to climb. But it looks like they're still on the ground as this match ends. And we have a score ready. It's coming up on the screen. It will be a Blue Alliance victory. Score of 141 to Red of 80. Blue Alliance coming away with 4 RPs and Red coming away with 1. Looks like Spring Constant is staying up in that number 7 seed. Pantherbots move slightly down to number 10, showing that even if you get even if you get 4, you're still going to move down because of those extra bonus RPs. Those are half the battle too, seeding first here in TRI.
Qualification match number 27 is underway for us to meet the teams participating in it. Let's start off with our Red Alliance's very first spot goes to team 1477.
They were the 2013 world champions. That's Texas Torque.
And joining them on the field for the mission, give it up for team 5908.
That is Spartan Robotics from Stadford, Texas.
And our Girl Scouts present here in pink, it is Team 2881.
That is Lady Cans from Austin, Texas.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field so we can meet up with Team 5070.
With their robot pop trunk technology, it's Gearnautics.
And now we welcome the Big Ten. It is Team 10118.
That is Big Ten from Houston, Texas.
And this last spot goes to Team 10385.
They were the Space City District champions. That is Cycle Breakers.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
As we start this match, we got Big Ten. Looks like their preload doesn't work out that well. Looks like they're just gonna fall out the robot. While on the other side, we got 2881. They're gonna score 3 or 2 on the Reef, and Texas scores 1. Now we have Big Ten. They're ready. They score in L4 really quickly. Now they're chasing another piece of coral. And now they're going to try and go up and do the same. Looks like now Big Ten scores another one. Wildcat 385 assists them with a score. Now on the other side, we got Texas Stork doing the super cycle, trying to score an L2, but barely misses. Grabs an algae, but that algae flies out of their robot. So that is just a bunch of wasted time there for Texas Torque. They're going to need to make up that lost time with more cycles. 2081 though, assisting them with getting some of those floor pickups, cutting down their cycle times marginally, but that can build up a big amount in these matches. Texas Torque looking to score again. They missed that coral again. Another wasted opportunity, and now they're gonna go up and shoot. Let's see if they get it. That's good. So they got one scored piece there. Now Big Ten, they are chasing pieces, trying to get them out. Let's see if they can get any. Big Ten looks like maybe having some intake issues. Now Gearnautics 5070, they're going at that processor, or they're going at that trough. They're trying to get a piece in there. Let's see if they get it. Looks like they just missed. Wow, we have cycle breakers. They are going to play defense against Torque and Lady Cans. Let's see if that defense can do anything. 118 scores an algae into the net. Right now, live scoring showing 105 to 54. Let's see if the Blue Lions can make it up. Now Lady Cans is scoring an L2, and Texas Torque is scoring an L4. Wow, Big Ten's now going to maybe start doing a little bit of trough. They're actually going to start climbing with 20 seconds left. Looks like now Big Ten is latch onto that cage. They're going to go forward, and Big Ten is up. Now 50-70 looks like is done moving. We got 2881, they have climbed. 1477 has climbed, and that's going to be it for this match. Have a score of the Red Alliance has won this match with a score of 169 to a blue of 82. Red Alliance is coming away with 5 RPs. Looks like Texas Torque is moving down to that 4th seed, even though they got 5 RPs. That is how competitive it is here at the top at TRI.
All right, help me welcome to match 28. On our Red Alliance, we are starting with 54-14.
That is Paradox.
And then we have with them the 323.
Lights out.
Also on our Red Alliance, give it up for 4192.
Jaguar Robotics.
Over on the blue side of the field, we start off with 4336.
Ramageddon Robotics.
And then with them is 3005.
Robochargers.
And my favorite team, personal preference, 7691.
TSA All-Stars.
All right, we have a thumbs up. Qualification 28 starting when we're behind the lines, drivers. In 3, 2, 1, dive.
We start qualification match 28. Ramageddon scores in L4, but it looks like it just barely misses. 3005 just goes and travels. TSA is not going to move at all here on the red line side. Free to free. Tries to score in L4, but it doesn't work out. Paradox scores 2 L4s and 4192 does cross. So that means that Red Alliance is going to be in the advantage here and have that slight point lead here in the start of driver control. Lights out. Now using their double arm efficiently, scoring in L4. Now trying to grab an algae. Looks like that algae flies out of the end effector as I was turning. Paradox shoots an algae into the net. Robocharger shoots into the net as well. Robocharger's now loading up another Coral. Now they're scoring L4. They get it down. Robochargers looks like now going back to the source. Now they're going to another L3 and they get it on. Ramageddon going on that front face, scores an L2. Looking at the Red Alliance side, Paradox just scored an L4. Lights out, has an algae in their robot. They're going to try and go into the net. Let's see if they get it up, and it does. While we have Jaguar Robotics, they're going to cross the field, maybe play a little bit of defense against 3005. Looks like Jaguar Robotics did hit a blue cage here, so that will be a foul for that Red Alliance. So 3 points are going to that Blue Alliance. 3005 just scored an L4. Now 7691. Looks like they're going to continue to move. 3005 scores an algae into the net. Ramageddon seen some defense from Jaguar Robotics, but it's not going to affect them that much. Ramageddon now going up to L2. They got it up. Jaguar Robotics hits them while Ramageddon was in that protected area, so that's another penalty for Red. And Red keeps on getting these penalties and giving these 3 points to the Blue Alliance. That's going to lead to a Blue Alliance victory here. But Red Alliance isn't going to let that happen. They are keeping up with the pace. Now Paradox getting another Coral from the Human Player Station. Going to score onto L3. Just slightly needs to align a bit, and it's up and on. Right now, scoring shows a little bit even, just a tiny bit in favor of the Red Alliance. We got 10 seconds left. 3005 is going to score a quick L2, while Lights Out is going to go for a climb. Lights Out on that. On the cage, they're up and in the air. 3005 is going to maybe try and climb. Looks like there's no robots up, and that's going to end our match. All right, we have the results here. It was a close one. The winner of this match goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 125 to Red's 117. Blue Alliance gets 5 RPs and Red Alliance gets 1. All 3 robots on that Blue Alliance moving up in the rankings.
All right, let's meet the teams in qualification 29, starting with 5892.
Right now they are in rank number 9. That is Energy Heroes.
Playing with them is 7492.
With their robot schoolmaster, it's Cavbots.
I feel like this one should be 9992 just to go with the 92 thing, but no, 9991.
That is Lady Can's Kitbot.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we are starting with 5427.
With their robot ace, it's Steel Talons.
And let's hear it for 62 what? There we
Celebrating
go.
their 25th season, it's Kryptonite.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance is 3847.
With their robot Gamma Ray, it's Spectrum.
All right, here we go. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, dive.
All right, and we are here for Quals Match 29. Spectrum scores an L4, same with Steel Talents and 624. Triple score from that. Red Alliance 624 scores number 4, and Spectrum scores number 5. Kryptonite now going for number 6. That's going to be it for our autonomous program of this match. 54-27. Looks like now they're going to try and maybe get an Algae and score it into the net. 54-27 gets an Algae. Now Spectrum, looks like they're having some issues with their robot. No, it looks like they grabbed an Algae. Looks like hits Kryptonite, and that knocked the Algae out of their end effector. 624 now going up into the net. They get it. 624 looks like now beach themselves on top of an Algae, gets themselves on beach. Some good thinking there from the drivers. 54-27 just scored another piece in the net. But looking over to that Red Alliance side, they're doing very well. They scored a bunch of coral up in that L4 area, but they haven't touched a single piece of Algae, which could be detrimental to them later on in this match. 9991, that is Lady Can's Kitbot. They can only do troughs, so they are going hammer on that. They keep on scoring pieces into the trough, and it keeps on landing. Very consistent there. 58-92 looks like is gonna score on that L4. Looks like there's a couple more L4 posts before there is no more. We got a minute left of this match. 38-47. Looks like he's going to try and score some L4 here. Let's see if they can get it on. They just got to dunk it. And they get it. 54-27. They're going to score on L3. Now they're going to go and load from that human player station. We got 30 seconds left here in this match. We have 58-92 Energy Heroes. They're going to score an L4. Looking to maybe score another L4. We got 20 seconds left. Kryptonite's going to try and go climb. Kryptonite's settling that cage. Looks like now they got the cage in their taffy puller. Looks like it just slightly comes out. Spectrum also going for a climb. Let's see if Spectrum can get it. We got 5 seconds left. 54-27 also going to climb. We might see a triple climb from this Blue Alliance. Kryptonite misses that cage, and that's going to be it. So Spectrum's going to be the only robot up for that Blue Alliance, and 58-92 is going to be the only robot up for the Red Alliance, as they both have 2 robots parked each. So it's going to be equal on the climb points. And we have scores. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory. Score of 158-127. Looks like Red Alliance is coming away with 5 RPs. Energy Hero stays in the same spot, not moving up at all, but they're staying at the number 9 spot. Looks like Blue Alliance got 2 RPs as well. Now just waiting for Qual 30 to load up.
All right, here we go with qualification match 30. We're going to start off with the Red Alliance 80-44.
That is our number 2 rank right now. That is Denim Venom.
All right, and playing with 8044 is 9986.
That is Valor.
Then with the glowiest driver station I've ever seen, 8370.
With their Robotzilla, it's Glow with the Flow.
Over here on blue, we have 418
From Austin, Texas, that's Purple Haze.
and 118.
The number 1 ranked team, the Robonauts.
And the perfect confluence of numbers, 9418.
From Spring, Texas, it's Passabots.
All right, and we're ready to go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We're starting qualification match 30. Right here, it's ranked number 1 versus number 2. So the winner of this match could show us who's going to be our first seed here for a line selection and eliminations. Looks like 118's Auton didn't work out quite as they wanted to. So they're going to start off in a deficit here of around 30 points. 118 continuing to score Coral and grab Algae at the same time, being super effective here. 118 now scoring into the net. Looks like now they're grabbing another piece of Algae. 8044 now scoring into that, but it looks like they just barely missed. Looks like 118 and 418 has a little bit of a tussle here. 418 looks like it's grabbing Coral and scoring into the reef. Same with 9418. Glow with the Flow comes over to the other side of the field and plays some defense, trying to stop Passabots and Purple Haze from scoring as much as possible. Red Alliance trying to do as much as possible to make sure 118 doesn't stay the number 1 seed. 8044 now grabs a second piece of Coral and is going to score. Almost completed L4 here. 118 doing the same, completing L4. 118 going to continue to do L4. 418 scoring L4 as well. 118 continuing to work on that Algae, making sure that they have the lead in Algae here in this match. 118 looks like having some issues with their auto line, having a Coral in their way. 118 now trying to score L4, but it looks like it just barely missed. 118 going again, they get it down. 118 now grabbing a piece of Algae, going to the net again. 118 keeping it almost even. We got looks like 133 to 105. While 8044 is going to continue to go on the reef. Looks like they almost have a completed face here. 9986. Looks like now it's going to score more Coral on their side. Looks like the front face is almost filled with Coral from that Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, so not wanting to stop. They're going to continue and go as hard as possible in order to win this match. We got 20 seconds left here. The score right now is 145 to 138. This could come down to endgame. 8370 comes in for a park. Looks like Purple Haze gets a final L4. 118 goes for an L2. 118 goes for a climb, while 8044 goes for a climb, and 9986 does. 118 trying to climb. Looks like they just barely don't get up, and that's going to be the end of the match. All right, scores are ready to go up, and it's going to be a win for that Red Alliance. Score of 177 to 163. Looks like that Venom's coming away with 6 ranking points. That's going to keep them at seed number 2, and 118 is going to stay at number 1, and they're going to come away with 3 ranking points, mitigating that lot, the damage from that loss.
And let's get ready to start our next matchup right here on TRI. Let's start off by meeting the teams on our Red Alliance. This very first spot goes to team 2848.
From Dallas, it's Rangers.
And joining them on the field, let's hear a warm welcome to team 5503.
From Smithville, it's Tigertrons.
And taking this last spot, once again, please give it for team 6357.
From Dripping Springs, it's the Spring Constant.
And moving over to the blue side of the field, taking this very first spot, let's make it loud for team 5829.
From Houston, it's Audiobots.
And joining them, let's make it clear for team 6377.
From Austin, it's Howdy Bots.
And taking this last spot here on our Blue Alliance, let's hear it for team 10,014.
From Prosper, it's Rebellion.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this match up in 3, 2, Drivers behind the line. We're actually starting this match up in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Getting into qualification number 31, all teams are starting to move their bots autonomously. Red Alliance with 2 coral scored, Blue Alliance with 1, 63-57 throwing that algae into the barge, 58-29 hanging out, saving their power for the teleoperation period. With 2 minutes and 15 seconds in the teleop period, teams are starting to score with the coral and the algae. 58-29 throwing that algae into the processor. Rebellion with that coral going into that level 4 reef. The Spring Constant with the algae continuing to score into that red barge, while 28-48 brings out that other algae and follows suit. Team Rebellion with the corals continuing to score onto that level 4 reef, onto a reef that already had a coral in it, so it just simply fell out. Howdy Bots doing their thing with scoring the corals onto the trough. Team Rebellion with a coral, it looks like it's a little stuck inside their bot. We'll see what they can do to get that out. 28-48 going back and forth from the coral station to the coral reef area. 55-03 also at the coral station trying to grab those corals, but they simply slide out. The Spring Constant now also putting their algae into the processor. Rebellion still with the coral in their bot, I believe, trying to get that out as soon as they can. With a score of 108-68, they need to think of something in order to catch up. 55-03 still trying to get that coral into the reef. Rebellion now playing defense since their coral is blocking their ability to grab more than one game piece at a time. Playing defense against the Spring Constant. Meanwhile, 58-29 is almost tipped over, but also did not tip over. 28-48, still trying to see what they can do to get some points scored. 63-57, getting ready for the endgame climb. Same thing with 58-29. Rebellion still hanging out at the red side of the field. There is 7 seconds remaining for teams to be able to climb. We'll see if any teams will start to climb. It looks like 58-29 is the only team to climb, and that's the end of the match. Qualification scores coming up for qualification number 31. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory with a score of 144-111. Red Alliance coming off with the 3 ranking points for the win, while Blue is still able to get 2 ranking points from the Autonomous and the Barge.
And we're kicking off our next qualification match right here. We're getting closer to the end of the day here at TRI. We're around 12 matches left before we are done. Let's start off by meeting the team that's gonna shock your socks right off. Give it up for team 4587.
Jersey Voltage.
And let's make some noise for the Big Ten. It is team 10118.
The Big Ten.
And this team has one question. What time is it? 2582.
Panther Bots.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field so we can start off by meeting a team that is incomparable. It is team 9994.
Paradox.
And joining them bringing black and yellow back in fashion, it is team 5908.
Spartan Robotics.
And they're going to make this blue alliance look a whole lot more purple. Give it up for team 8515.
Photon.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this match up in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
We're halfway through our qualification matches today. We have 32 out of 63 getting completed. In this autonomous mode, we have 1 coral scored on the Red Alliance, 0 on the Blue Alliance so far. Looks like we have 1 robot in movement, the Big Ten. That is the end of the autonomous period, going in with 19 to 9 points. Right now, we have 99-94 on their way to grab that algae. We see the Big Ten also grabbing an algae. 99-94 threw that algae away, throwing the algae off of the reef while the Big Ten scores it into the barge. Photon is on their way to score onto the level 4 reef. Jersey Voltage also going back and forth from the coral station to the reef. The Big Ten also doing the same, waiting for Panther bots to grab their coral from the coral station so that they can also grab one as well. 99-94 grabbing a coral from the coral station, going straight towards the reef with that coral. 45-87 scoring that coral onto the level 4 as well. 53-25 as of 1 minute and 23 seconds left. 59-08 dropping that coral onto the trough, still gaining a few points from that. 99-94 planning to land that coral onto the level 4, shoving it in. The Big Ten picking up a coral and throwing it onto the level 3, while 45-87 tries to throw that coral onto the reef as well. The Big Ten grabbing that algae and on their way towards the barge to throw it in. Photon is next to their coral station, waiting to get a coral. 59-08 with a coral into ready to also throw that down into the reef. Photon is about to throw their coral onto the level 4. It slips off onto the ground. 45-87 trying to get that coral into that level 2 reef, it looks like. Panther bot still at the coral station, grabbing that coral and going towards the reef. Photon looks like they're lining up early for that cage as we are about to enter the end game. We have Jersey Voltage lined up on their cage, getting ready to climb. Photon's already climbed and lifted off. We'll see if Panther bots joins Jersey Voltage with climbing. 59-08 parked at the blue barge zone. Panther bots looks like they're going to stay parked. 99-94 also parked. Jersey Voltage lifted off, and that's the end. We have scores coming up for qualification 32. It is a Red Alliance victory here with a score of 106-69. Red Alliance coming away with 4 ranking points, while Blue will still gain 1 ranking point for the barge.
And we're ready to kick off their next qualification match here right at TRI. Let's start off by meeting the teams on our Red Alliance's very first spot goes to team 2780.
Team OKC Possums.
And alongside them as their partner for this match, let's make it loud for team 4639.
The Robo Spartans.
And this last spot, looking bright and pink, it is team 4336.
Ramageddon Robotics.
And we hop on back to the blue side of the field to kick things off with team 333.
Lights out.
And joining this mission is a team that's got the words. Oh, I love that. It is team 9140.
The Robobots.
And this last spot taken by our Girl Scouts looking bright and pink. Make it loud for team 2881.
Lady Cans.
Drivers behind the line. Let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Heading into qualification number 33, all robots are quickly moving. Red Alliance with 3 corals so far. Blue Alliance with 3 as well. Blue Alliance scoring their 4th coral, while Red Alliance is dropping 1 off and 1 onto the level 4. Blue Alliance has a 5 coral on their reef, while Red Alliance has 3, heading with a 44-37 score for this autonomous. Lady Cans quickly dropping a level 4 coral off, same time as Lights Out. We see 43-36 is dislodging that algae from the reef, while Lights Out is dropping off an algae into the barge. Team OKC is lining up and dropping that coral onto the level 4 of the reef. 46-39 is waiting for a coral to be put into the robot. 323 throwing that algae out and across the field. 2081 picking up a coral off the ground and also going to score at the same time almost as 9140, the Robobots. 4639 is trying to drop off that algae off of the reef and throw it onto the ground. 323 Lights Out is grabbing that algae and may replace it with a coral in just a second. Team OKC planting that coral into the reef, while Ramageddon is going to plant that coral onto the level 3. All 6 robots focusing on offense for this, while we have a score currently of 110-69. We have about 1 minute remaining onto this qualification 33 match. Lights Out still continuing to drop coral onto the reef. 46-39 picking up a coral from their coral station and heading back onto the reef. Ramageddon trying to put that coral onto the reef with a little bit of alignment. 2881 Lady Cans is also going to drop that coral almost onto that reef, but it has slid right out. 323 is going to plant the penultimate coral onto their level 4 reef, now only needing 1 coral for that spot. Both alliances have scored 3 out of 3 coral reef levels needed for that coral reef or ranking point. Team OKC Possums is going to go ahead and get ready to line up for that end game. Lady Cans also is going to line up first for the Blue Alliance. 2 blue and 2 red robots are still focusing on offense for this last 10 seconds of the match. 46-39 about to drop off that coral, however, it slid right out. Team OKC is about to lift off. I believe Lady Cans looks like they're hanging off the cage. Lights Out also lifting off last second, and that's the last seconds of the match. Scores coming up for qualification number 33. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 190 to 116. Very high scores from both alliances. Blue Alliance is going to get away with 5 ranking points, while Red Alliance will still gather 3 ranking points.
All right, time to introduce the qualification 34 teams. Over here on the Red Alliance, give it up for 2882.
From Katie, it's Nuts and Bolts.
And let's give a warm welcome to 10385.
From McAllen, it's Cycle Breakers.
And also on the Red Alliance is 3005.
From Dallas, it's Robochargers.
Over here on blue, we've got our Disco Dino with 2587.
Disco Bots from Houston.
Yeah, I'm not a pitcher. All right, team 4192.
Jaguar Robotics from Flower Mound.
And give it up for 5431.
Titan Robotics from Plano.
There's a couple of zip ties are missing. Zip ties missing around here. Zip ties? What about them? There are a bunch of them missing. 2 or 3 here, a couple there, a couple there.
All right, I think we're ready to start qual 34. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, dive.
Diving into autonomous period, we have most of the robots starting to move. It looks like 5431 might be scoring that coral. Into the ground. We have 2587 almost scoring into that reef as well. Heading into tele-op with a score of 9-9. Both teams are even heading into the tele-operated period. Team 4192, their bot named Ralph is going over to the Red Alliance to play some defense. 2882 looks like they're attached to that reef. Cycle Breakers is going to go over with their coral and try to score onto the reef as well. 3005 doing some dance moves while they're trying to grab that algae from that reef. 5431 is also about to score their coral onto the level 4. Cycle Breakers receiving a coral from that coral station. Looks like 4192 is going to go park over at that coral station. Disco Bot's about to land that coral onto the level 4 reef. Cycle Breakers also about to land that level 4. Robochargers with the algae is going to go throw it straight into the barge. Disco Boss going back and forth with those corals, getting those points in for their Blue Alliance. Right now with a score of 23-29 with 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining. Robochargers throws in another algae into that barge. 5431 appears to have a coral stuck into their robot, which is why they're throwing themselves into the reef. Meanwhile, 3005 almost threw over that barge into the field. We'll see if he can stay standing up for the rest of this match. 2587 grabbing more coral and scoring into the reef. Looks like 5431 was able to get that coral out from being stuck from their bot, which is why they're now scoring. 4192 returning back to the blue side of the field. I'll be getting ready for that end game that's coming up in about 5 seconds. 3005 looks like they're also getting ready for that end game too. 5431 ramming themselves against the reef, trying to get that coral. Almost all of the level 4 spots in the Blue Alliance reef has been filled up. We have 8 seconds left on the clock while Robochargers has lifted off. 4192 looks like they're trying to climb up, but looks like they're going to park instead. 2587 with the last second part, and that's the match. Qualification score coming up with that 34th round. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory here with us today. A score of 78 to 65 in Blue Alliance's favor. They're going to take away those 3 ranking points for the win, while Red is able to get at least 1 ranking point.
Brayden.
right, let's meet the Red Alliance for your next qualification match. Over here, looking sharp in blue and red is 324.
From Friendswood, it's Chips.
And rocking the purple and gold, we got 7691.
From Tomball, it's TSA All-Stars.
And then looking good in black, green, and gold is 5414.
From Pearland, it's Paradox.
Would you mind holding this? Thank you. All right, over on the blue side, we got our red team, 5070.
From Houston, it's Gearnautics.
Since I'm not sure if that's orange or gold or yellow, we're just going to go with black, 68.
From Austin, it's Valor.
And then our classic, black and white, 1477.
From Conroe, it's Texas Torque.
All right, we're ready to go. Here comes qualification 35. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, dive.
Getting into the autonomous period, all the robots are moving around. We see Blue Alliance dropping off their coral, but not landing onto the reef sticks until now from 6800 Valor. Looks like 324 was able to get that algae out, try to score it into the processor, but they forgot to bring the algae with them. Blue Alliance with 2 coral onto the reef, while Red has 1 with a score of 23-16 in the beginning of the tele-op period. 1477 picking up that coral and about to put it into that reef. 5414 also with a coral. They're going to drop it off into that 4th level reef as well. 5070 driving around. We'll see what they do next. 1477 and Texas Torque still dropping that coral off onto that level 4. Still a pretty close match with a 43-37 score currently. We'll see how close it gets. 5414 also about to score at the same time as TSA All-Stars. 324 Chips is scurrying around. Looks like they're trying to find a coral to take. Or no, they're going to take that algae out of that reef. 5070 over here on the Blue Alliance still. Looks like they're going to try and grab that algae potentially. 6800 with that coral coming over to the level 2 reef. 5414 are going to put that algae into that barge. Accidentally touching that net with a robot may incur a penalty from 6800 scoring that coral onto the level 3 reef as usual. We see 324 putting up coral as well. All teams focusing on offense with no defense being played currently. TSA All-Stars lining up to try and get that coral in while Pearland does it very quickly. We see 5070 with that algae. Looks like they're going to drop it off in that processor potentially. We see 324 with a coral in hands, dropping it off into that level 1 trough, getting those quick and easy points. 6800 tossing that algae off to make space for more coral. Right now it's a score of 101-84. Still relatively close, but things can change as we are about to enter the end game in about 3 seconds. 324 scoring a coral onto that level 3 reef. We see 5070 already parking in the blue zone barge while Valor is fixing the climb up. We see 324 also getting onto that red cage. We'll see if they can climb as well. 6800, the first team to start climbing off. We'll see who else can climb. 7691 TSA All-Stars has parked. 5414 also looks like they parked by the corner of their bumper, and that's the match. We are now receiving scores for qualification 35. The winner will be the Blue Alliance with a score of 125 to 109, relatively close. Blue Alliance getting away with 6 ranking points with 6800 Valor and 1477 keeping their spots, while the Red Alliance will still get at least 1 ranking point from that match.
All right, let's introduce ourselves to Qual 36's Red Alliance. 10,014.
From Prosper, Texas, it's Rebellion.
I just asked that. All right, and then we have 6357.
From Dripping Springs, Texas, it's Spring Constant.
That's fun. And with them is 624.
From Katy, Texas, that's Kryptonite.
Over here on blue, we have 118.
Earning 7 blue banners this year, that's our Robonauts.
Alongside them is 9986.
That is Valor from Austin, Texas.
And in the purple and white, 3847.
From Houston, Texas, that's Spectrum.
And we're already ready to go. So, drivers behind the line in 3, no. All right, now drivers behind the line. Here we go in 3, 2, 1, dive.
All right, as we start quals match 36, we got 118. Looks like they're trying to hit their 4-piece. Looks like something might be wrong with their autonomous path. Looks like not picking up any of the pieces there. Let's see if they're gonna get any and driver control. Looks like though Blue's still gonna be in the lead because of 9986 and their consistent free piece. 118 now going, grabbing an algae, scoring a coral at the same time, picking up another piece of coral, and then scores into the net. While on the red side, we have 624 and Rebellion both having a floor intake. That's going to be a big amount of points there for that Red Alliance. 64 just scored a Coral. Spring Constant scored a Coral. We're just waiting on Rebellion. Looks like they're just getting a piece. 118 continuing to go at that Reef, scoring as much as possible. Make sure they get that ranking point as well. And we have 38-47 Spectrum. They're going up to an L4 position. Looks like they're not quite lined up just yet. Looks like they need to move over to the side. And it looks like they just missed. They need to move, scooch over a bit, and they get it on. Now 118, they score, and that completes the L4 level. Looks like they just need one more level before they get that Coral ranking point, and they do. Red Alliance is also close to getting that Coral ranking point. We got a minute 10 left in this match. 63-57 and 64 score at the same time, filling up that Reef. 9986 now going into the net. They get it in. 38-47 now going on the backside of the Reef to try and score. Looks like they got it on. 118 coming in and scoring again. 38-47. Now Ground picking up a Coral using their end effector. Looks like 118 is trying to grab an Algae to put into the net. Looks like Valor's shearing the field to Reef. We got 30 seconds left. Rebellion has go ahead and climbed early. Just want to make sure they get that climb RP here in this match. 118 finishing off that Algae. That's going to be a big score for that Blue Alliance. We got 20 seconds left. Looks like there's only one spot left on that Reef, but none of the robots there. They just want to go up and climb. 118 is up. Spectrum's trying to go up. Valor's also trying to go up. We got 5 seconds left. Let's see if any others goes up. Spectrum's going up. And it looks like that's going to be it for this match. All right, we have scores ready. And that win is going to go to the Blue Alliance with a new high score of 223 to Reds 162. That's going to be 6 RPs for that Blue Alliance. 9986 moving up to 5th seed. 38-47 moving up to 11th. And the Red Alliance is going to come away with 2 RPs as well.
We're underway for qualification match number 37 right here. That means we're just 7 matches away from being done with the first day of our TRI competition right here. So let's start off by meeting the teams on our Red Alliance. Starting off with this very first spot, give it up for team 8370.
From Patricia Pato High School, it's Glow with the Flow.
And joining us bright in pink, let's make it loud for team 9991.
From Austin, Texas, that's Lady Cans Kitbot.
And bringing the flair with the yellow, it is team 5908.
From Statford High School, it's Spartan Robotics.
And let's hop on over right to the blue side of the field as we start off by meeting with team 5503.
From Smithville High School, it's Tigertron.
And joining us to make this competition a lot more interesting, it is team 6377.
From ATX Robotics, that's Howdy Bots.
And taking up this last spot, it's imperative that you guys know of them. It is team 9994.
From Pearland, Texas, that's Paradox.
Drivers behind the line, we're starting this match up in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
As we start qualification match 37, we got Paradox. They're going to try to score an L4, but they miss. Looks like slam into that source and try and load into the human player station, but it looks like it misses. Audibots looking to score in the trough, and they get it on. And that's going to be it for our autonomous period. Now starting the driver control period of this match. Audibots Kitbot looking to do what they always do. Pound that trough, make sure they get it fully filled. And we have, looks like 2 minutes left, 8370. They're gonna go up and try and do L4, and they get it. 9991 scores another L1. They've been really consistent when doing that. It's been going really well for Lady Cans, Kitbot. 9991 going again, doing another trough. 8370. 8370 looks like is gonna go and grab a piece of coral and now put it onto L4, and they do it the same while looking on the blue line side. 5503 has a coral and effector. They're gonna go up and try and maybe do an L4 while Hottiebots is gonna continue to go at that trough. They've been doing that as well. They've been super consistent with their intake and scoring there. 9994 scores one in L4. We got a minute 15 left. 9991 is continuing at that trough. That trough is mega filled now on free faces. So that's a bunch of points there for that Red Alliance. 8370 tries to score L4, but they just barely miss. 9991 continues to score that L1. That L1 is going to be really important when it comes to eliminations, because that is going to be a place that can be scored basically infinitely. And if you can get a robot that can score that very compactly, you may have a good chance of winning here at TRI 2025. 5503 was they trying to intake a coral from the human player station, but they just miss. Looks like 9994 looks like it's trying to score on L4, but it looks like they're having some issues with their coral, but they get it down. 6377. 6377. Looks like it's gonna try and do trough, but it looks like there's algae in their way. We got 10 seconds left. See if anything else happens here. We got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is the match. And it looks like Blue Alliance is going to win qualification match 37 with a score of 82 to Red 77. Looks like Blue Alliance is coming away with 4 RPs there, and Red Alliance is going to come away with 1. So there is going to be a rescore of 35. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory. This will be a score of 125 to 111. So the Blue Alliance is going to win that against 6 RP there. It looks like Red Alliance is going to get 2. All right, now we're reposting 31. This is going to be a Red Alliance victory. Score of 120 to Blue 111. This was because of a processor miscount, so the win is going to go to the Red Alliance. Red's going to get free RP, and Blue's going to get 2.
And we are underway to continue with our next qualification match after seeing those little scores over on the field. Let's start off by meeting the teams on our Red Alliance. This very first team, it's called the Big Ten. It is team 10-1-18.
From the Clear Creek Independent School District, that's Big Ten.
And looking for item pink, let's give it up for our Girl Scouts right here from Texas. It is team 28-81.
From the Girl Scouts Central Texas Troop 3993, it's Lady Cans.
And looking incredible as well in pink, it is team 43-36.
From Lafayette, Louisiana, it's Ramageddon.
And we move on up to the blue side of the field, which is looking a whole lot more purple. Let's start it off with team 418.
From the Liberal Arts and Science Academy, it's Purple Haze.
And this team just has one question. What time is it? It is team 25-82.
From Lufkin High School, it's Panther Bots.
And taking up this last spot on our Blue Alliance, let's give it and make it loud for team 54-27.
From Oprah D. Tompkins High School, it's Steel Talons.
drivers behind the line. We're starting this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
As we start this match, we have Big Ten. They're going to run a center auto. Looks like they're not doing anything else. They just wanted to cross that autonomous line to get the lead points. 2081, though, is going to score on L4, 2, and then 4-3-3-6. Raymond Gannon tries to score, but it looks like they missed both. And Big Ten, 10-118. They're going to intake a piece of coral and now try and score in L4. They get it on. Now they're going to try and get the algae out from the reef, and they're going to try and put it in the net. Looks like Big Ten is going to get it up. 25-82 on the Blue Alliance side is also going to get algae and try and maybe put it up in the net. While Raymond Gannon looks like it's going to try and play some defense against the Blue Alliance. Purple Haze, though, not being affected by them, going to continue to score on that reef. 54-27, Seal Talents also going to score on that reef. Going to see a triple score here from that Blue Alliance. All 3 robots here working in coordination, making sure they can maximize their point score possible to beat out the Red Alliance. Big Ten going for another net score, and they're able to get it off. Purple Haze now going to score onto the reef. Let's see if they can get it up. Looks like they just shoot over. Looks like they barely get the piece in the reef, but I do not think that's going to be scored as a trough piece. 54-27. Looks like it's now going to try and de-score it out to get more of the coral spots available for the Alliance. 28-81. Now scoring on the reef, but it looks like it just missed. 4-18. Purple Haze just scored one on L2. Wow, 25-82 scores one on L3. We have Big Ten. They just scored on L3 as well. We got 90 seconds left here. 25-82 now scores on L4. Let's see what they can do. Looks like they just missed. 4-18. That is Purple Haze. They score on L4. 25-82 going for an early climb, making sure they get that climb RP for their Alliance. They just need another partner now to come back and come hang. 10-118, lash onto the cage. All they need to do is just winch up and they're up and climb. 10-118 is up. Panther bots are up. Lady Cans are up. Let's see if Seal Talents can get up. We have 1 second left, and that's going to be it for this match. All right, we have a score ready. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory. Score of 129 to 94. Red Alliance is coming away with 6 RPs there. A big jump in the Big Ten rankings going on to Big 20. And it looks like Raymond Gannon is moving on to the 12th seed.
And we are back for match 39 right here at TRI. We're counting this one, we are 5 matches away from being done with day number 1 of our competition. So let's kick things off by meeting teams on the red side of the field. Taking up this very first spot, let's make it loud for team 4192.
With their robot Ralph, it's Jaguar Robotics.
And they're here to shock your socks off and make it clear for team 4587.
With their robot Sidewinder, it's Jersey Voltage.
And taking over this last spot on the field, give it up for team 3005.
With their robot Relay, it's Robochargers.
And we hop on over to the blue side of the field where we're starting out by meeting with team 4639.
With their robot Harder to See, it's RoboSpartans.
And looking bright in orange, let's hear it for team 5892.
With their robot Typhoon, it's Energy Heroes.
And taking over this last spot for the Blue Alliance, make it clear for team 2848.
With their robot Pleco, it's Rangers.
Drivers, behind the line. Let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
We are here in qualification match 49. So close to the end of the day. Looks like all 3 robots on the red alliance is gonna just go and leave, make sure they get to leave points. While on the blue alliance, they're focusing on scoring Coral on that reef. 28-48 scores 1, scores 2, and 58-92 scores 1. And now they're gonna score a second one here in driver control. 28-48 Rangers. They're going up and trying to score again. 30-05 just scored a piece into the net. 30-05 looks like it's just focusing on those net pieces. 28-48. Looks like now clamping onto a piece of algae. Now gonna try and go up into the net. 58-92. Looks like it's gonna feed a piece into their robot. Now they're gonna try and score a piece up onto the reef. They're aligning a bit. Let's see, they see a spin. Looks like it does miss. Looks like their coral is in a death state, so that might just ruin their scoring here. 58-92. Just gonna go and play defense against 30-05 and 45-87, while 28-48 is now gonna try and score coral on that reef. 46-49, RoboSpartans, they have 3 pieces down on L2. Looks like we're gonna get close to the Coral RP here with a minute left for that Blue Alliance. While on the red side, not a lot of Coral on the reef. 30-05 is now fighting for defense of 58-92. 58-92 hugging that wall, making sure they don't incur any penalties. 30-05 now getting that Coral in their robot. Looks like 30-05 now trying to do a line, and they score it. So now 28-48. Scores in L4. Now going to go for another piece of coral. 46-39 now scoring a piece of coral. 45-87. Also have a coral stuck in their robot. There, play a little bit of defense. We have 25 seconds left. We're going to see a climb from 45-87. They just got to get latched onto the cage. Let's see if they can get on. While 41-92 is going to do the same. 58-92. Looks like it's climbed up on that. And looks like Robo Spartans goes and goes to the net. And 48 tries to score in the net, but misses, and that's the end of our match. All right, we had match results here. It's going to be a win for that Blue Alliance. So it's going to be a score of 106-68. Blue's going to come away with 4 RPs, dropping 58-92 and the 8th seed. Looks like Red's not going to get any ranking points here. And that's going to be it for this match. And now we're going into match 40.
All right, I'm going to introduce to you the teams playing in match number 40. Remember, we are done for the evening after match 43. So here is Qual 40. First up, 94-18.
From the Woodlands High School and from Spring, Texas, with the robot Al Dente, it's Pasta Bots.
Playing with them on the Red Alliance is 54-14.
From the Pearland Independent School District from Pearland, Texas, it's Paradox.
Then the sharpest dressed drive team, 80-44.
From the Denham Springs High School 7 Robotics Center from Denham Springs, Louisiana, They were the Archimedes Division champions this year. That's Venom Venom.
All right, over here on the blue side of the field, we got our 2882.
From Morton Ranch High School from Katy, Texas, it's Nuts and Bolts.
Then with their simple and elegant logo, 323.
With family and community in Mountain Home, Arkansas, their robot Blackout, it's Lights Out.
And finally, last but not least, 1477.
They were the 2013 World Championship winners from Conroe ISD and their robot Crash Out. It's Texas Torque.
Alrighty, drivers behind the line. Qual 40 starts in 3, 2, 1, dive.
As we start here, 8044, that is our second seed team. They are tied in RPs with 118. The only thing that's keeping 118 on top is that average match score. So if Venom Venom can beat 118's average match score, they will go up into the first seed. So this is very important for them to make sure they make sure their matches are high scoring so that they can break that tie there. 3-2-3 lights out. They're now trying to get an algae from the reef and now going to put it up into the net. Venom Venom going to follow and do the same. Now Texas Torque is going up and shooting. That is their specialty as they shoot into the net, and it's good. 3-2-3 lights out. Looks like now trying to pick up a coral from the floor. Now bringing it up and scoring it. Texas Torque grabbing a algae. Maybe now trying to score a coral. Looks like they accidentally shoot that coral. Texas Torque now going to shoot it, put the score coral on. They're able to do so. Texas Torque now grabbing a coral from the human player station. While on the other side, we have 8044. They score a L4 coral. And now they're going to grab another piece of coral and score while Paradox is going to assist them filling out any spots they can. Same with Pasta Bots. Pasta Bots now going for an L2. Looks like 8044 is going to get that coral RPs here. Same with Paradox and Pasta Bots. Venom Venom now going for a L2, making sure they finish off their coral RP requirements. 1477. It's going to grab another coral from the reef and is now going to score on L4. We have a score of 118 to red and 101 to blue. 2882 scores a L2 piece. Now Texas Torque is following, doing the same. 8044 grabbing a ground algae, bringing it up into the net and bringing it in. 8044 now going to climb. They're first going to grab a piece of algae. Now I got 15 seconds left. It's going to get a last second climb. Let's see if they can get it off. 8044 slowly approaching the cage. Looks like they're latched on. And now they're going to go up. And that's going to be it. And that's going to be it for this match. All right, we have a score coming up on the screen right now. The winner of qualification match 40 is going to be the Red Alliance with a score of 162 to Blues 149. Pretty competitive match here. Blues coming away with 3 ranking points, while Reds coming away with 6. 80-44 staying in that second seed. Still needs to shoot for higher scores in order to surpass 118's average match score in order to break that tiebreaker.
All right, while the mentors feel up the algae, we will introduce the teams on the penultimate match of the evening. First and foremost, 27-18.
That's Team OKCE Possums, the summation of 1 over n factorial times 10 cubed.
Playing with them on the red side of the field is 324.
Chips.
And rounding out the Red Alliance is 6800.
That's Valor.
Over here on the blue side, let's give it up for 10385.
Cycle Breakers.
And in a beautiful purple and white, 5431.
Titan Robotics.
And looking good in green, 5829.
Audibots.
Have a thumbs up. All right, drivers behind the line. We'll start in 3, 2, 1, dive.
We're jumping into qualification 41 into the autonomous period. Red Alliance starting off with 2, 3 corals on the reefs, while Blue Alliance has 1. Each side with 1 coral on the trough level. Red Alliance with 5 coral being scored onto their reef. We're jumping into the teleoperated period right now. 10-3-85 cycle breakers lining up to put their coral onto the level 4 reef. Right now, Valor is now scoring onto the second reef while they picked up that algae and threw it on the ground. 10-3-85 back at the coral station, ready to pick up another coral, while 58-29 is ready to score another coral. Chips is over here scoring with a Or actually, they're going to pick up that algae and move it out of the way to make some space. 58-29 Audiobots. Looks like they have a coral in tow, about to score, finding a spot to put that coral in. Same time as 54-31 Titan Robotics. 6800 Valor has dumped their algae into the barge. Meanwhile, their teammates 27-18 and 324 trying to put in coral into that reef. Looks like 324 accidentally dropped that coral onto the ground. 58-29 Audiobots scoring another coral into that reef. There we go. We got 324 scoring another coral into the level 1. Actually, it slipped right back out. 54-31 looks like they have a coral in their intake. Just waiting for that opportunity to line up. 10-3-85 just picked up that coral from the coral station and is going to place it into that reef. 27-18 just going back and forth from that coral station straight towards the reef. 6800 Valor quickly scoring all that coral on the level 3 and 2 reef on the far side of the field. We see 58-29 finishing up with that level 4 reef on the Blue Alliance. Right now the score is 114-81 with 37 seconds left on the clock. 58-29 ready to place that coral on what looks like the level 2 reef. 27-18 is getting ready to climb, it looks like, moving that algae out of the way so that it can climb successfully. 6800 Valor just scored that coral onto the reef. We are now entering the end game here. 6800 Valor and 27-18 Team OKC is now lining up for the cage. Valor has taken off. We'll see if any other teams can lift off with them. Looks like Audiobots has lifted off almost. 54-31, almost climbing. Team OKC will be parked with 324 right nearby, and that's the end of the match. We're now posting scores onto the scoreboard for qualification number 41. It is a Red Alliance victory with a score of 156 to 106. Looks like Red Alliance is going to take all 6 ranking points. 6800 Valor keeping their 3rd place spot. Blue Alliance still taking away with 1 ranking point for the barge.
All right, we are getting so close, guys, to the end of the evening. This is qualification 42, the penultimate match of the evening. And our first team is 2587.
From Westside, Lamar, and Carnegie Vanguard High School, it's Disco Bots.
And playing with the Disco Bots is 5070.
A neighborhood group, it's Gearnautics.
And the third bot on the Red Alliance is 9140.
From McNeil High School, it's the Robobots.
Over here in blue, we've got 7691.
From Tomball Star Academy, it's TSA All-Stars.
And playing with the TSA All-Stars is 7492.
From the Woodlands College Park High School, it's Calf Pots.
Rounding out the Blue Alliance, 8515.
From Strake Jesuit College Preparatory School and St. Agnes Academy, it's Photon.
Just in case you didn't come back.
And we are ready to go. In drivers behind the line, 3, 2, 1, dive.
Jumping into the autonomous period, we have all the robots moving around here. Looks like Photon is throwing their coral into the level 1 trough. Red Alliance with 2 coral on the level 4 reef. Almost with that third, we're now jumping into the toy operated period. 7492 getting ready to score that coral onto the level 2, which they did. 2587. The Disco Bots just scored onto that level 4 reef. 5070 is waiting for a coral, and they're going to go ahead and take that back to their reef. 8515 looks like they're parking next to their reef. They're going to try and grab that algae and bring it out as soon as they can. 74-92 Cavbots just came back with that coral, or going back to their coral station. 25-87 Disco Bots just landed their second coral onto the level 4 wreath. 50-70 is dropping off that coral onto the level 1 trough for the Red Alliance. All 6 robots focusing on offense for this match. Current score is 58-28 with 1 minute and 23 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time for plenty of things to happen. 76-91 TSA All-Stars is trying to pick up that coral off the ground and put it into their arms so that they can score. 91-40 in the back are scoring that coral on that backside of the reef of that field. 74-92, the Cavbots are going to score that coral. Looks like onto the level 2 potentially. We see 85-15 also trying to score with that coral onto the level 4 perhaps, almost, but landed onto the level 1 trough. So they'll still get some points from that. 50-70 going back and forth with that coral in its intake from the coral station back to the reef. 25-87 picked up the algae, and looks like they're going to go towards that processor and score that coral algae in that direction. 91-40 continuing back and forth quickly with that coral going back from their coral station to the reef. Current score is 94-56 with the end game just starting. Looks like Photon is getting ready to climb. 91-40 still focusing on throwing that coral into the reef. Looks like 85-15 has taken up into the cage. We'll see if any other teams will start to climb with 3 seconds remaining. 25-87 is going to go ahead and park in the red bar zone, and that's the match. We have scores from that qualification number 42 match. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory here with us tonight, folks. With a score of 131-74, Red Alliance is going to go ahead and come out with 4 ranking points, 3 from the win, 1 from the autonomous. Blue will also carry a single ranking point from their autonomous as well.
We have come to the last match of the night. Woo! All right, on the red side of the field, we have 10-118.
That is Big Ten from Clear Creek Independent School District.
And right alongside them, their neighbors in real life, 118.
That's the Robonauts, also from Clear Creek Independent School District.
And then the glowiest people and the best people, 8370.
That is Glow with the Flow from Katy, Texas.
Over here on blue, we have 9991.
That is Lady Cans Kitbot from Austin, Texas.
And also on the Blue Alliance, 2582.
That is Pantherbots from Lufkin, Texas.
And rounding out that Blue Alliance is 10,014.
That is Rebellion from Prosper, Texas. I don't know how many 118 shirts I can count on red, but there's a lot of 118 shirts on red.
Are you ready for this? Let's make some noise. The last match of the evening in 3, 2, no. Do they do this to the other announcer, or is it just me?
I know after this match, I know 118 is going to go golfing after this. They're excited to leave here and start going golfing.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, dive.
All right, as we started, we have a double 118 autonomous routine. Looks like Critter is going to be running their 3-piece and Firefly is going to be running their 4-piece. Critter misses the first piece. Now going for the second piece. Firefly gets the, looks like 4 pieces up in auto. Now it looks like 10-118. That is Critter. Critter's going to go and go for an L4, and they get it up while Firefly goes into the net. While on the other side, we have Pantherbots. They're going to score an L4. While now Firefly scores an L4, grabs an Algae and goes into the net. Critter is going to join them. Looks like Critter's now going to go into the net. Firefly scores an L4, grabs another Algae, going to put that in the net. Rebellion just scored an L2. Pantherbots are now going to score an L4. 118 just scored a piece of Algae and scored an L4. Critter's now going for an L3. Looks like 118 is now going for another Algae. 118's going crazy here with the Algae. 10-118 also. We got 4 drive coaches there in the back for that red for both 118 and 10-118. Making sure this match goes well for both robots. 10-118 now looking to go for an L2 and they get it down. Looks like the core gets knocked off. We got a minute left in this match. 10-118 going for another piece of Algae, putting that up in the net. Maybe trying to do some Algae floor intakes, get that piece of Algae on the floor into the net, clear off that floor to keep more space of travel. We got 50 seconds left here. Rebellion looks like it's having some robot issues. Let's see if they can get it working again. 9991, that is Lady Can's Kitbot. They're able to go into the trough. 118, they score. And now they're going to the other side of the field. They're going to try and steal some Algae. Let's see if they're able to do so. They're slowly got it. They got the piece of Algae. Now they're coming back to the net. And now they're going to go and score. While now we have 25 seconds left. We got Glow with the Flow. Glow with the Flow is going to go and try and climb. 10-118. It's going to try and climb. Looks like 118 tries to score an Algae, but it's too late. 118 goes up and is up. 10-118 is good. And looks like they're up. Looks like 8370 is not up, and that's going to end this wonderful match. And that was the last qualification match of today. Let's give a big round of applause to all the teams that have participated today.
And the winner is Red Alliance, 209-88. Wow, how'd they pull that off? Red Alliance, 6 ranking points to Blue's 1 ranking point. 118 could not move up in the rankings. Sorry, 118.